What up, what up? What's going on? What the frick is going on, Kyle? Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Yeah, rest in peace, Oliver Tree. That's crazy, bro. Fucking helicopter crashes, man. Like what the fuck, man? It's always helicopter crashes, bro. I swear to God, they're like the absolute least fucking safe thing you could possibly ever do in your life is get in a helicopter. UFC 250. Oh shit, I forgot about that. But I did see that an eagle had landed on a plus-size woman's glove on the lawn of the White House. You know how much we love our bread and circus here. It seems like it's bread and circus all over the world. We got the World Cup. The United States getting a little bit of a skerfuffle. I don't know. I guess it's just how it goes, right? Why do I not get a notification? I don't know, bro. YouTube doesn't like me going live, bro. It doesn't really prioritize their live stream stuff anymore, it seems like, which I guess I can understand. Maybe I need to run advertisements on the live streams and then that would like... But I don't think that really matters either. Did you see the bungee death in Brazil today as well? Bungee death? No, like somebody did a bungee cord. Dude, I've seen some crazy shit. I think it was also in Brazil, where they were like near those like huge spire cliffs, like on their boats, and then the side of the cliff just like kind of like collapsed into the water, you know, falling on top of like people on the boat and like sending rocks spraying everywhere, you know what I mean? All work and no play makes Joel a dull boy. All work and no play makes Joel a dull boy. All work and no play makes Joel a dull boy. This is so true. That's actually what's tattooed on my lower back, to be honest with you. Jolie is single. A bit more personal question. Yeah, I am single. Single as a Bubble Mew is a singular Pokemon card. Nobody wants to buy me. The pilot went down and got real close to the naked beach to flip out my mom. Wait, what? What are we talking about? His nephew's and niece, man. Yeah, man, I heard everybody on board got smashed. They smashed into another helicopter. Then, just, you know what I mean? Like, just insane. I wonder if there's, like, anything you can do with those sort of modern contraptions to make them, like, somewhat safe, you know what I mean? You need to be single. Yeah, sometimes I think that I'm like, I would much rather, like, my one friend gave me a nice pep talk where they said, hey, listen, you might be single at 35 with no family, but at least you don't have a divorce with alimony and child support and a bunch of baggage. And I thought, you know what? That's a great point. Did I find a dinner companion last night? No, I just posted that because I thought it was funny. Like the idea of... It was mainly just to show off the Bubble Mew that I got at a card convention thing. And, I just thought, like, anyone want to get dinner? I don't know. Just the idea of, like, posting on your story. Like, it's, like, your personal story, but it's actually, like, your professional. Just that concept of, like, anybody want to get dinner? Have you ever gone on a dating app? Yeah. It's absolutely torturous. It's like the worst experience in the world. If ever you want to just be in a non-stop humiliation ritual where nothing you do is ever going to get anyone's attention, or even if you do, like, people just fuck off instantaneously, which is fine. I don't know. Once again, I think we just all got to learn how to be comfortable in our own skin, but easier said than done, right? Question for the class. If a zipper on your pants is called a fly, if it could, where would it go? If a zipper on your pants is called a fly, which it is, if it could, where would it go? Assumingly only up and down. Dating apps are pretty horrible. Do you like some of Oliver's songs? I did like some of Oliver's songs. I do remember like one of Oliver Tree's like most famous songs was like he got a lot of shit for like supposedly stealing some like identical beat from some European artist or whatever, but I don't know. Such is the way of music. I can't say that I knew him very well. I just remember like he would go on like the H3 podcast back when he first started that podcast, and would they kind of looked a little bit of alike, you know what I mean? Like they could have probably cosplayed as each other. I think they may have, or something. Dating apps are sketch. I met my wife in person. There you go. Old school. You should record audiobooks for popular fantasy books. Your voice is so soothing, amazing. People would love it. That would be dope. Which old school fantasy do you think? H3H3 podcast, and you look so similar to Ethan. Yeah, wasn't that kind of funny? It's like they were brothers. Dating apps suck. You spend an hour answering questions, but the app sets you up with everyone you clearly stated you don't want. It is really weird. Like, and it also, whenever you like, when suddenly it says like, we're out of people to show you, and it's like, what? There was like, you showed me 15 people. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Let's go through a fucking calculated list of every human being in my vicinity immediately. And you would think like with like the power of AI and computeromics and all that kind of shit, you think they would like have just, I don't know, systems in place to completely matchmake you with the exact person. You know what I mean? But it is what it is. Who fucking cares? So Grindr, basically. Yeah, maybe I need to get on Grindr. Switch it up a little bit. I asked this question to 500 people at a convenience store over summer. The most popular answer were down or somewhere warm, Florida, Bermuda, and such. What did you ask? I don't even remember. Rest in peace, Oliver Tree, one of the greatest singers of all time. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I can't say that I really knew much about him other than like a song or two and like his general appearance. So you're asking if the fly on your pants was like a sentient creature, where would it go? I mean, assumedly it's like a bug, and it probably just digs itself in the ground and waits another 3 years to molt or whatever the fuck. Nobody actually tries to find a partner, do they? They just come along randomly if you look for something you never find. That kind of seems how reality sort of works, right? You just sort of go along and then suddenly it kind of makes sense. Just found it today when my online friend told me about it. Such a shock. It was weird because I saw that he passed away, and I was I don't know why, because I had just seen a post about him like a week ago that said like what a massive fall off or something like that, which like I don't know him that much, you know what I mean? So it's just whatever. But then to see that he died, I was like, oh crap, did he like kill himself or something like that? And then to see that it, turned out that he crashed in a helicopter, I'm just like, what the fuck, dude? Hey Drew, what's going on, dude? Fandoms, hobbies, that's how you find people. Yeah, it really does seem that way. Maybe that's probably a good thing I got into like Pokemans. Gabe says you don't like her anymore. Who are you talking about? Who don't I like? I like everybody. A bot fly. He tried to do the world record of riding the biggest scooter, I think. That's a sick record. Anyways, guys, what's new? Do you have any Pokemon Charizards? Yeah, I've got a decent amount of Charizards now accumulated. I got the one from Phantasmal Flames. I've got like 3 of the ones from the base set. One of them was already mine from way back in the day. But then I found 2 at a shop, and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna get those, because fuck it, you know what I mean? Anyways, guys, we got stories. We got stories from Cold Case Investigators. It's pronounced Chizard. It's pronounced Charbazard. Have you ever played Dungeons and Dragons? I did with some friends years ago, and it was... I mean, I was already, like, in my late 20s, right, playing that, and I don't know. It was not fun. It was relatively unfun, to be honest with you, just because the people I played it with took it, like, way too seriously, and I couldn't take it seriously. I kept, like, trolling and joking around, and I don't know. Just stupid. I used to think I was a D&D nerd. Not quite. I mean, I could have been if I, like, because I was very much into playing pretend when I was, like, 6. Like, that was my shit when I was 6. I'd get to school and ask my friends, like, all right, what are we today? What are we, fucking T-Rexes? Are we little dumb idiots running around on our toes with our arms up? I'm in. Any paranormal stories? Yeah, we got them in the oven. You had a yo-yo. That's dope. Yo-yos are sick. Anyways, guys, let's just get into it, shall we? Make random bases on Subnautica 2, right, meow? Oh, making. Okay. Alright. Anyways. Last time, the screen went black. I don't quite know why. Hopefully it doesn't do it again. Maybe it's because we talked about aliens. I see people say... You guys remember the Miami Mall incident back in 2024 or whatever? People said they saw, like, tall alien creatures or whatever, but they looked more like holograms or something like that. And then, you know, the Pentagon covered it up and blah, 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 blah. I just remember seeing something recently saying that maybe that's what they'll do again at the... Who's Scotland facing in Miami this year for the World Cup? Scotland versus Brazil down in Miami. So maybe keep an eye out for a fake alien invasion with abductions June 24th or something like that. I'm just saying, keep an eye out for it. And then, hey, if it doesn't happen, now you're tuned into some great international football. Bizarre how everyone just suddenly stopped talking about Too Obvious. Well, yeah, it seemed like once it went down, it seemed like they did everything to scrub it from the internet and completely, which... But at the same time, sometimes you kind of wonder, like, if there is, like, a larger psychological operation in place, you know, one of the ones everyone keeps talking about all the time, day in and day out, and it's not just me, is, like, a fake alien invasion. Like, if you really want to unite the world through some sort of, like, one world order type bullshit, you kind of have to have, like, an external threat where all the nations of the earth, like, team up together. And then you can also get rid of a large amount of people as well that way because, okay, hypothetically, aliens do show up, right? And then it's like Operation Blue Beam, it's holograms, it's futuristic tech, blah, blah, blah. And then you just release some, like, really, really next level virus that takes out swaths and swaths of people. And then you just blame it on the aliens, dude. You've already conditioned the masses to be, like, mad at aliens. You've already kind of, like, low-key conditioned that they're on their way by, like, talking about them with disclosures, and then the stupid Steven Spielberg, his movie Disclosure. And apparently that movie sucks, too. I don't know, has anyone seen the Disclosure movie? Apparently it's just really boring and trashy and just kind of generic. If aliens are allergic to water, then why did they invade Earth, which has a majority of water? Yeah, and that one movie, Signs, which is kind of, like, weird, too, because apparently the themes of that movie Disclosure were related to, like, a struggle of faith related to alien interaction. But, like, Signs, already did that, you know? Signs already did the whole that whole spiel. I don't know. Was just talking about the BSS Disclosure Day movie. Yeah, I mean, it just seems ridiculous. What do you think happened at the Miami Mall in 2024? Well, initially I was thinking maybe it was like the aliens were trying to get to Antarctica, right? Because the complete opposite coordinates on planet Earth is from Miami or whatever at that mall is like Antarctica, I guess, on the complete opposite side of the globe. And then but then I also thought to myself, I was like, well, if it's like an ongoing long haul psychological operation to kind of like prepare everyone for whatever aliens are, or maybe it's a fake alien thing and like it's, you know, aliens aren't actually what they say they are kind of vibe, maybe they're interdimensional, demonic, whatever. I was thinking, you know, the way you do it is have these little prelude events such as the Miami Mall incident where these things show up and then they kind of have to like scrub everything kind of like Men in Black style, right? And everyone's like, oh, there's, you know, because sometimes you can do a double conspiracy, right? If you wanted to convince the conspiracy people of one thing, you do one thing and then you cover it up, and then everyone says, oh, the cover up is the reason why, or so it's legit, it's a legitimate story. But then it almost like adds legitimacy to it whenever it eventually occurs. But the fact that people said anecdotally that what they saw at the Miami Mall incident was more like tall figures that looked like see-through, you know what I mean? Like they looked almost like, what do you want to say, like hologrammy? That to me is the definition of what could possibly be like an Operation Bluebeam type thing, because that's supposedly what Operation Bluebeam is going to be. It's going to be a shit ton of holograms with the use of like, you know, very high-tech military equipment to commit a series of like false flags on the Earth's population, you know, to confuse them and, you know, just turn into chickens with their heads cut off and, you know, get on their knees and beg the government for help and blah, blah, blah. And so if, you know, if they were to do another, you know, incident at the World Cup with a fake alien interaction, and it seems like they already are using some sort of hologram technology, and maybe that's what you can probably anticipate in, you know, late June here, 10 days from now. What do you think about the drones thing seen flying around New Jersey last year? Dude, that was the weirdest thing. We didn't get much information about that at all, because it was like a couple of prevailing theories where like one, I don't know, there was some degree of like nuclear waste or nuclear device that was within the United States that they were surveying for, and they needed these like anti-gravitical device, you know, flying objects or whatever to find it and survey for it without fault, right? You need to bring in the big guns. But isn't it strange? Everyone's kind of completely forgotten about that. You know, people talk about the Epstein stuff a lot now, but they completely forgot about the Jersey drones. And so other people have said maybe it's China, like Chinese technology, where they're just like, basically it's a show of it's like a show of force. Hey Lynn, thank you for the 150. Appreciate you. 3 red hearts of differing sizes. Thank you. That's the name of the email. So yeah, you could, you know, you could be a show of force from like another state power to demonstrate like at any moment we could release these like futuristic tech that we have on your, and who knows, maybe it was like a dry run, like it was, because sometimes you like gather data during these particular dry runs. Maybe the mall incident was a dry run to gather data to see people's like reaction times, how fast it moved within social media, how quickly we could take things down, how, you know what I mean? Like what slips through the cracks, what do people believe, blah, blah, blah. You know, there's so much information you can gather in a short period of time, especially with the collation of that data within AI. That, you know, maybe that's the same thing they were doing with drones. Get us sort of like loosely comfortable with things that like float over top of us and like survey us all day. It wasn't just a military operation. Yeah, you know, I mean, if they were just looking for some sort of potential nuke within the United States but didn't want to scare everyone, I mean, I think that would make some sense. But who knows? Maybe it plays other parts in there. You just have to get creative in your head. So that Chester Buster scene from Alien, only John Hurt and the director were in a... Oh, that's right, everybody was freaking the fuck out, yeah. The rest of the actors didn't know and their reactions were real. Yeah, that's pretty sweet. Also, what's scary are the things the government does that we don't know. Faux sure. Faux sure. Alright guys, Cold Case Investigators, thanks for being here. Unfortunately, the numbers on the live streams are never going to be the same, sadly, but that is what it is. It's my fault. The problem with the social media is people dot the I's and cross the T's on things that don't have any relation. Everything is conspiracy according to the layman. No, yeah, sometimes, you know, Occam's razor, whatever, but I also find the people that always jump to, like, Occam's razor as just kind of, like, they remind me very of, like, you know, they like to feel intellectually superior to the person who likes to overthink things. Like, I mean, if you are running any sort of military operation, you kind of need to overthink things through multiple layers of, one, you know, the public's perception, two, another portion of the public's perception, three, but then the true meaning behind it could be multiple layers. But like whenever everything just gets Occam's razor, it just, you know, if Occam's razor helps people sleep at night, that's totally fine. If it makes it so you just don't have to ever think about anything, I think that's totally fine too. I mean, hence why the media exists. It helps you to make sense of reality. It exists as like the pulpit, you know, the church. It's where you get your decrees and your information. It's where you get your philosophies. It's why certain people are like really gung-ho to kill for the military, but then like low-key comfortable with like bad things happening domestically, you know what I mean? And then somehow like sort of making sense in their head of why those things are, because the state has thought for them. And it's fine. It's fine to allow the state to think for you, because what else is there to think, you know? Why even waste your time whenever there's like garlic knots to eat? Trooper with the 2 says, cue the fry means shut the fuck up and take my money. Thank you, Trooper. God bless you. God bless you, soldier. My name's John. Oh wait, I need to record 10 seconds of silence for the troops. For Trooper 5824. My name's John, and I'm recently retired from the Washington State Patrol. I did the full 25, made it to lieutenant, and got my pension, and all in all, I'd say that I have very few regrets. But just like every other former cop out there, I got 1 or 2 cases that have followed me into retirement, some for the better and some for worse. Now, in early 2019, the State Patrol's Missing and Unidentified Persons Unit commenced a cold case initiative. Now, the goal was to assign a small group of experienced detectives to the piles of unsolved missing person cases sitting in the unit's archives. And since by then I had 12 years under my belt, it didn't surprise me when I got the call. We met on one Monday morning and... Oops. Hey, Trooper, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You know, I have access to bonus content. The Truth Social Network. I feel like there are far too many people striving to be right instead of really desiring their own beliefs. Truth itself is somewhat less value than one's ability to believe these days. Yeah, I mean, you got to be comfortable with I never claim that everything I say is even remotely 1% of the truth. I'm just thinking out loud, and I like to be as open-minded to as many variables as possible, as well as to openly receive criticism. Because I mean, if you can't self-reflect or look internally, then all you're going to be is just like some fucking angry NPC, and those aren't fun to be. People also tried to feed their ego and try to win some petty argument instead of looking for truth and universal facts. I agree. I think that's one of the unfortunate aspects of the modern left versus right paradigm. And I think so much of it is so easy to control, because the second that you can associate one's political party with their identity, the less likely they are to let go of those identities, because they're so intertwined with it. They're intertwined with the community. And to let it go is to you basically need to have ego death to think external from it, and it's kind of like being heavily tied to your religion. I mean, there really is no difference. Like a lot of the political commentators on the YouTube, Twitter, whatever, social media space are really no different than like mega pastors, if you think about it. It's just like maybe they associate their mega pastor sort of approaches. They connect their modern day religion to socialism or communism or fascism or, you know what I mean? Like any fucking random ism. And then you feel like you're a part of some community, but it's otherwise essentially meaningless. Do you worry about all the NPCs suffering, or are you the cause? Oh, and like video games and stuff like that. Folks end up extrapolating as all the ones who push at the furthest push beyond the reasonable fundamental basis they start from. The launching point branches off and it doesn't shoot straight up, in my opinion. Oh, I agree. I mean, a lot of those like most of what I do is mainly just thought exercises. It can overwhelm me at times, but it's not like it ever manifests into like real life or any sort of like hindrance, I suppose. I think a lot of people also look at individuals, because I mean, if you really look at the internet, at the end of the day, the internet is just an ever-flowing realm of information. And information and ideas at the end of the day, in and of themselves, are not really all that threatening. And the likelihood of it spilling over into like real life is relatively rare. So I really think that sometimes we should just allow everyone to kind of like go through those thought exercises to express themselves as far as humanly possible, obviously, unless it, brings about harm to others, But at the same time, I can see within the same vein, people are so willing to sort of like slippery slope say what someone is saying is going to lead to harm, that they end up like nipping that idea in the bud before it can even go anywhere, but you're actually just like creating a false paradigm of where that idea is leading. So it's just obviously very intellectually dishonest anyways. But I don't know, I just think people should just keep thinking, keep saying things out loud and pondering if it's a possibility. Did I like Oliver Tree? I didn't really know him. I mean, I liked a few of his songs, but it's really unfortunate. I feel bad to say that when I hear about Oliver Tree's death, it is very unfortunate. He was younger than myself, and God rest his soul and his family. But all it really, like, if I'm being as objective as possible, knowing that there's so many people that die on Earth every day, all it really does is tell me that I should never get in a fucking helicopter. And I never will get in a helicopter. You about to do push-ups? That's why, like, why aren't you at the White House? I know, I should be fighting right now. What's up, May? I thought Oliver Tree and Baby No Money's were the same person until today. That's fair. I mean, there's so many just random, like, goofy-looking people who make music. I think that's one of the most fascinating things about the musicians is that, like, they don't necessarily need to have, like, extraordinary amounts of talent. They just have to make some, like, mathematically catchy tune and then have some relative degree of personality with, like, physical appearance that is a bit jarring, And then if you can really kind of, like, check off those boxes, eventually everyone's like, I fucking love them. Because most people's like standards for talent is typically not that high, within the consumer realm. Hey Joel, big fan, second time coming to your live stream. I really appreciate your work. Thank you. You're welcome, Gustavo. Good to see you. The internet is not information regarding the content, it's the behaviors that reveal everything. Yeah, I mean, but the behaviors, to get to the behavior aspect of things, it tends to be like, if the internet and information zone makes up like 99% of all that stuff, I would say the actual behaviors of people make up like 1%, in the sense that like a negative behavior manifesting from negative information tends to be relatively rare. I met him on Omegle a month ago. I've been crying all day. Who's that? What are you talking about? You're not wrong, Joel. BB No Money admitted that he studies algorithms and what's good to people in terms of repetition, which is fine. I mean, those people are intelligent and I respect them. I mean, like, every aspect of the music industry has been completely controlled and exploited to the extent that, I mean, if you want to get into it, unless you're willing to kind of like sell your soul in that way to go to the lowest common denominator, you're not going to have monetary success. You might as well just like make music you like and hope that you develop like a niche audience somewhere, you know what I mean? You changed your PFP. I'll be honest, I can't really see it from how small it is, but I do always recognize the name Narrator. Dropped in on the music part. Hopefully this isn't true for video game music makers. I think some of the best music I've ever heard comes from video games, and I think they have a lot more freedom because they're getting paid for like a commission, right? Most likely. So they get to put their heart and soul into that one project and then succeed, whereas like a musical artist has no initial motivation external from maybe like a deal that they signed with the devil, right? And so they're just trying to reach as many people as humanly possible, which sometimes is not that interesting. We met one Monday morning when one of the MUPU guys showed us to the filing cabinet containing their We met one Monday morning when one of the MUPU guys showed us. God damn it, sorry guys, I can't fucking read shit. We met one Monday morning when one of the MUPU guys showed us to the filing cabinet containing their cold cases. Looking inside felt like playing Russian roulette with all 6 chambers full, because no matter which one we picked, it was going to be a mess. And that's why we were the chosen ones, I guess, because we could handle messy and not burn out and end up chasing wild geese. But the very first one I picked ended up being one of the dirtiest and downright darkest cases I'd ever worked, and to protect those involved, I've omitted the names of all those involved, so my apologies if my prose is clunky in certain parts. But back in 2014, a retired oil rig supervisor and former Army engineer went missing from his home in Pullman. Now, his car was found a few weeks later over the state line in Idaho at a motel near McCroskey State Park. There were no signs of struggle near his car or in his hotel room, and the motel's security cameras showed him leaving the site on foot, looking calm and collected. The investigating detective noted that voluntary disappearance was a distinct possibility, since during the months prior to his disappearance, the missing man's marriage had deteriorated drastically. Yet there was no activity on any of his bank accounts, so if he had disappeared someplace, it was on somebody else's dime. Now, the first thing on my agenda was to go talk to the missing man's wife. She was a warm and friendly woman, but carrying the pain of her husband's disappearance for 5 long years had clearly taken its toll on her. She was living with a friend, a man who was evidently playing the role of a surrogate husband. But since both believed her husband was still alive, neither seemed prepared to make their affair public. If indeed there was an affair, and what they shared wasn't a Go Carolina Hurricanes. Sound the siren for the cup. Carolina, is that a Major League Soccer MLS thing? How long does it take you to set up the stream? Oh, the setting up the stream is not that long, honestly. Oh yeah, someone said something about when I post on my story on Instagram when I go live, why am I not immediately live over here? But I really think that I usually do it at the exact same time. It might be like a minute or 2 difference. More importantly, how am I doing? Honestly, I'm doing good. I had a lot of fun yesterday going to a convention related to nerd shit. Met some cool people. And it was fun. It was generally just like fun to be around a bunch of like nerd crap. Yeah. How many push-ups is cool? Well, I mean, basically you just do push-ups until you can't do push-ups anymore. That's how you grow and get better at push-ups. You know, take yourself to failure and then maybe do a few after that. The only thing I use AI for is pattern recognition, cross-reference, and correlate. It's a great tool for that, for sure. What specific nerd crap? It was just like science fiction related stuff, and I went there mainly for the cards, you know, to buy some trading card stuff. But I got to interact with various actors in a movie that I am a big fan of. It was a bit of a travel, but, it's fine. I was happy with it. Vice City was all throwback track. Yeah, the Vice City, they have like the Vice City radio stations on YouTube and stuff. It's pretty amazing. What are your pre-workout routine? The pre-workout routine mainly is just like I eat one date covered in like honey, and then I drink some caffeine and I go. And and then usually I do a lot of machines now instead of like major compound lifts or whatever. So usually with the machines I'll do like 1 or 2 warm-up things before I go into like 1 or 2 sets to failure at the weight that I want to do. And that's pretty much it. But I really do like machines. You gave that little girl your pre-workout meal? Oh, well, I mean, pre-workout, he's referencing when I was babysitting my buddy's daughter, I let her try dates, which are these, they're just a fruit, right? So I let her try some of that. But it's not like a pre-workout drink or anything with caffeine or whatever. It's literally just like carbohydrates. And that's kind of my concept for pre-workout stuff, is just like get some carbohydrates in you so you have some energy for your workout or whatever. So glad I'm getting to catch one of your live streams. First time I've been an avid listener on Apple Podcast every Tuesday since the start of this year. Keep up the good work. Hey, thank you, Bipod. It's good to see you. What did I do today? I just went over to another friend's house. He's got a few kids. His one son is like incredibly good at baseball. He's like 9, and then he's got like 2 other kids, and then I basically just played catch with his son, and then we played some like roundabout form of like horse or pig, you know what I mean, like basketball. And then their mom was at work, and when she got home to like watch the younger kids, we went to a card shop and just looked at, because they're into cards as well, you know what I mean. What's the healthiest way to gain weight? So like lift weights, and then figure out what your protein goal is, you know what I mean. So depending on what weight you want to be, like lean, get that much protein, for your macronutrient of protein, right? So if you want to be 100 and, I guess for a woman, I'm just speculating what your weight is, but say like 140 pounds, you will probably want 140 to 150 grams of protein, and then figure out what your BMR, your basal metabolic rate is, and then eat 200 to 300 calories above that with your protein goal incorporated into that calories while lifting weights, and then you should gain weight healthily and slowly, you know what I mean. Mr. Robinson, hey, finally caught a live stream. Enjoy your videos. Thank you. 20 apples and a gallon of peanut butter. Yeah, dude, honestly, apples and peanut butter will make you gain weight fucking fast. But not healthy, though, sadly. It'll probably make you pretty fat. Making healthy and divine choice in the kitchen tonight on behalf of the stream. That's what I like to hear, baby. If in fact there was an affair, and what they shared wasn't a platonic companionship, the missing man's wife confirmed that for around 6 months prior to his disappearance, their relationship had been strained. He'd been distant, preoccupied, and perpetually irritable, but for the life of her, she couldn't get him to tell her why. He'd been retired from the oil industry for a couple of years by that point, so it couldn't have been work getting to him. The only clue to his poor mental state was the fact that he spent long hours in the evening talking to an old army friend of his. Those nightly conversations continued right up until the day before he disappeared, and then when his wife woke up alone that morning, she found nothing but a note on the table which said, "I'm sorry, there's something I need to do." It was believed that McCroskey Motel, the one that his car was found at, had served as the meeting place between him and this old army friend he spent so much time talking to. And so, according to the wife, if anyone knew where he'd be, it'd be him. The only trouble was he'd refused to talk to anyone about his dealings with her husband, not even the local sheriff's department. She gave me the army buddy's contact details and advised me to reach out to him, albeit very gently and very politely. But then on the walk back to my car, the lady's friend caught up with me and had a thing or two of his own to share with me. Namely, his belief that the lady's missing husband was off working for the CIA. This friend seemed absolutely convinced that both our missing person and his old army buddy had both been working for the CIA on and off since they left the army. He said that he wasn't heading off around the country supervising oil rigs. He was going to CIA black sites to study extraterrestrial materials and technology. And when I asked what proof he had, the friend admitted that he didn't have much. But then again, he was right in that you can't just go calling the CIA and asking if such and such a person is an agent, because all you get in return is that movie cliche of Glomore denial. What is it? Glomore denial. Oh. I never heard this term before. Glomore denial, is that Latin? Tide Pods or not? Good question. Is that what you guys are having for snacks? I need to marry me a CIA agent so I can get all the alien secrets out of him. Dude, I don't think you should. Wart. What you could do is you could marry a Mormon, because most Mormons are tied to the Freemasonic CIA integration. And then you'll know all about dark magic and what they're getting up to. I used a few cycles of testosterone and nethate. It might have been a placebo effect, but it felt like it definitely helped with energy. What is that? Never heard of that. It's like a different subset of testosterone. You got to be careful with that because it could shut. I mean, I don't know what it is exactly, but it could shut down your testes' natural production if you're not continuing on it. I got my issues with the Mormons, but I let them practice religion like everywhere else. I got my issue with the Mormons that the CIA loves to recruit them so damn much. Because all you get in return is that movie cliche of, we can't... Because all you get in return is that movie cliche of, we can neither confirm nor deny. Now, he was basing his theory around his suspicion that the old army friend lived the life of a CIA agent, and that he traveled overseas a lot, had no obvious source of income, and spent a lot of time flying down to Reagan, Jesus. He was basing his theory around his suspicion that the old army friend lived the life of a CIA agent, and that he traveled overseas a lot, had no obvious source of income, and spent a lot of time flying down to Reagan Airport, which services the CIA headquarters at Langley. I asked him how he knew all of this, and was told that he'd done all of his own research. He was also quick to add that it was research the old army buddy hadn't taken kindly to. But in the friend's mind, that only confirmed the man's guilt. He then shared his belief that our missing person's final meeting with his old army buddy had actually been a kind of recruitment session, and that after swearing himself to secrecy, our missing person was off working on some secret project at some secret base somewhere. The wife's friend told me a bunch of other stuff about UAPs and Tic Tacs, as he called them, and both of which I found out were these new way of jargon meaning UFO. And as you can imagine, I didn't find myself taking many notes by the time he got around to all that stuff. But he was right about my next port of call being this... This might be me overthinking, but I feel like my testicles are slightly smaller. They weren't very much to begin with. I think I had enough courses and cycles to affect. I mean, if you're getting external testosterone from another source, your production is going to decrease in general, and I believe the overall size of the testes can be affected. But I would definitely try to schedule, maybe through like a local walk-in clinic or something like that, or ones you can get blood taken. You can see what your testosterone levels are at, just to see if, because I mean, if you've taken stuff, you could greatly affect it, and you might actually need to get prescribed by a doctor, like continual usage of, you know what I mean? Otherwise, anything below 300 can really start to affect your health in a pretty negative way. Or like your mental health and all that kind of stuff. And just general like bodily function. Like, I mean, that's why people with like fucking 900 testosterone are just like, yeah, let's fucking go, baby. Because everything's just like firing on all cylinders. Is granola good for you? I've seen oats are not so. Yeah, I mean, it's at the end of the day, it's just like a form of carbohydrate that you're consuming. And I guess one could argue that like the granola or oats are like highly processed carbohydrates that may or may not have endocrine, you know, affecting attributes to them, you know, based on what gets sprayed on them and all this kind of stuff. But I don't know. I'm sure anybody who just kind of goes based off of macronutrients and calories in, calories out, they'll sit there and say like, no, it's great, you know, but I have no idea. You just trying to chill, bro? That sounds good to me. And as you can imagine, I didn't find myself taking many notes by the time he got around to all that stuff. But he was right about my next port of call being this old army buddy. He was also right when he told me that finding our missing person would involve wading into some very murky and very dangerous waters, just not in the ways he might have believed. Now, having received the old army buddy's contact details, I gave him a call as soon as I was able. But the UFO guy was right about how blunt he could be, and that's putting it kindly, because no sooner had I explained that I was... You love this channel? Thank you, Latoya. Good to see you. The brand name was Sustanon 250. I think it was made by Pfizer. Alright, let's look it up. Can Sustanon 250 affect your testosterone? What is an ignoramus? It just means like a dummy or like an ignorant person or a moron or something. It's just a stupid word. You ignoramus. It's like something a Redditor would call you. Yes, Sustanon 250 absolutely affects testosterone because it's an injectable testosterone. Sustanon 250 contains 4 testosterone esters that your body converts into testosterone, so you can raise your blood testosterone after injection. It's medically used to confirmed testosterone deficiency. Yes, okay, so, and if you stop, your natural production can go down? Question mark. Drugs are bad, okay. Oh wait, Sustanon wait, or what's... Oh, yeah. Yes, when you stop Sustanon testosterone, your natural production can be lower than normal for a while. Your body works on a feedback loop. External testosterone goes up, brain lowers LH/FSH signals, testicles produce less testosterone and sperm. So after stopping, the injected testosterone gradually clears, but your brain and testicles signaling may not have fully restarted yet. This gap is when guys can feel low testosterone symptoms like low libido, fatigue, mood dips, weaker erections, poor sleep, lower motivation, strength drop, etc. Yeah, so I would say just be like, when you get a chance, go talk to your doctor to maybe like get you a prescription to get some blood tests to see where your test is at, you know what I mean, in case it's like dropping. And then you could probably take it a few weeks or a few months between each other, maybe every 6 months, and then most likely tell if your testosterone is naturally dropping from getting the external, what's called exogenous hormones, you know what I mean, like injectables outside of yourself. Endogenous hormones are the ones that are produced inside yourself naturally through like your glands. Okay. But the UFO... Fuck. I can't read words. Shit. But the UFO guy was right about how blunt he could be, and that's putting it kindly. Because no sooner had I explained that I was calling about his missing friend, he made his feelings abundantly clear. He told me to never, ever call me again, and if he saw me sneaking around his property like that damn tinfoil hat son of a bitch, Those are his words, by the way. He'd have me thrown in jail, just like he did with that goddamn ET-obsessed a-hole. His words again. And it was only then that I discovered that the UFO guy hadn't just conducted his own investigation as such, but had rather directed a prolonged campaign of harassment toward the old army buddy, one that had resulted in an arrest being made. Now, the old army buddy might have told me to get lost, but I didn't make detective by giving up that easy. I knew a former military man like him would respond much better to seeing a badge in person rather than hearing just a name over the phone. But before then, I knew he'd need some time to cool off, because approach too quick and that angry old bastard might have done more than just file a complaint. Instead, I decided to look into the missing man's background a little more to see if that'd provide any clues. And boy, did it ever. Like I said, you can't just go asking the CIA who's an agent and who's not, but the Army, on the other hand, they tell you just about anything you damn well please, so long as the person's being. Actually, I should take it more serious and get a blood test. Pretty stupid of me not to. That's okay. Yeah, where did you get this exogenous hormone from? Was it like a website, or did a doctor give it to you? Because assumedly, if you took it for a while and a doctor didn't tell you to continue to monitor your blood, because if you do take testosterone just in general, you have to monitor your blood anyways, because what ends up happening with testosterone is your blood starts to like thicken, and especially as your levels get from like 900 to like 1200, anything like around that range, you got to monitor your like hemoglobin and hematocrit or whatever, like your red blood cells and all that kind of stuff, to see how thick your blood can be, because sometimes you actually have to like give blood at like a blood donation clinic so that you can thin out your blood, you know what I mean? Otherwise, that's why people who are, you know what I mean, like all those bodybuilders that are on like heavy amounts of synthetic testosterone, all that kind of stuff, they can have heart attacks and strokes and all this kind of shit. It's terrifying. I highly suggest all those people when they're young never to take tests, not just tests, but don't take any of that crap, any of the synthetic testosterones like Tren or whatever, because you can literally end up dying if you don't have like doctors monitoring you all the time or every 6 months. Like I said, you can't just go asking the CIA who's an agent and who's not. But the Army, on the other hand, they'll tell you just about anything you damn well ask, so long as the person's been discharged. His wife had told me our missing person had been a radio technician, and for a time, that was certainly true. But by the date of his discharge, he was serving in a very different role. Without getting too technical with the military speak, our missing person was part of an engineer battalion, and for some reason served in an intelligence capacity following a period of specialized training. And this is what's called an out-of-branch role. And while they're not unheard of, they're usually temporary positions that fill gaps in the organization. But our missing person spent 3 years in that intelligence role while talking. I need to wet my whistle. I'm just drinking kombucha. That's why I made the like psh sound. Filled up with gas. This is what's called an out-of-branch role. And while they're not unheard of, they're usually temporary positions that fill gaps in the organization. But our missing person spent 3 years in that intelligence role, while taking at least a few months out of each year to be trained by intelligence guys. Now, this was all interesting and excuse me. Now, this was all interesting enough, but what really got my attention was how the Army couldn't seem to tell me why our missing person was discharged. All they provided me with was the date of it, October 5th of 2001. Now to me, out of all the strange things I'd uncovered regarding our missing person, this was the strangest. And for the benefit of any young whippersnappers listening to this in the years to come, here's why it was so strange. So, less than a month before that discharge date, America experienced some attacks that happened in September of that year, the largest single loss of life on American soil committed by a foreign actor. Almost 3,000 people lost their lives, the New York skyline was irreparably altered, and folks from sea to shining sea wanted to get themselves some goddamn payback. Over 30,000 extra troops signed up over the next 6 months alone, and retention rates shot way up too, with more than ever choosing to re-enlist rather than miss out on going after bin Laden and his boys. But then, if that was the case, how come our missing person not only turned down some pretty lucrative signing bonuses, but had his discharge fast-tracked? If he'd stayed enlisted for just 18 more months, he'd be entitled to his army pension. And if I didn't know any better, I'd say it constituted a pretty shocking display of cowardice. But our missing person was certainly no coward. He'd served honorably in several war zones prior to the sudden discharge, and had even earned himself a Bronze Star for what he and his men did in Panama. Which had me wondering, did he really leave the engineers right after September of 2001 and opt to give up all that pension money? Or, much like undercover cops do, was he transferred someplace secret to be what you might call a deniable asset? Now, the way to safely rule out was to draw up a list of likely employers within the oil industry and then tick them off one by one until I found the one missing person. I found the one arm. Oh, yeah. Thought it was some Dr. Peppy. Not tonight. The Dr. Peppy just gives me the sniffles. Low-key want some kombucha. It's pretty good. Do I make the kombucha myself? No. That'd be fun though. It'd be interesting. Chat's kind of dead tonight, dude. I'm so mad. I made that announcement about this is such a stupid thing to constantly ruminate on, but I made that announcement for changing the stream time, and then it just permanently decreased the reach of the stream by 100, and just has never recovered. And it's just so stupid, but whatever. The way to safely rule that out was to draw up a list of likely employers in the oil industry and then tick them off one by one until I found the one our missing person worked for. But when this went on for 3 whole days without result, I must have tried at least 100. And then, things finally made sense. Our missing person hadn't been working at an oil firm at all, and he'd lied to his wife and friends about where he was going. So what in the hell was he doing instead? I placed a few calls to his wife to arrange another talk. When she didn't answer any of them, I figured that she was just busy and told myself to be patient. But then the very next day, I got a call from an unknown cell phone number. Now I figured she'd switched numbers and I'd been calling the old one, so I picked up and said something like, "Hi there. Thanks for calling me back." But it wasn't our missing person's wife. It was his old army buddy, the one who told me never to call him again. And as it turned out, there had been a major miscommunication that had resulted in years of misunderstanding. You see, the old army friend didn't understand the severity of the situation. He figured there had been a divorce, maybe some infidelity, and then after running off someplace, his old friend just didn't want to talk anymore. Now, he didn't know his safety was in question, and if he had, he wouldn't have brushed off the first cop he spoke to 5 years previous. He knew his friend was troubled, he just didn't know how troubled. And then when he finally found out his old friend was actually missing, the first thing he did was give me a call. Now, I can't say too much about this old army buddy because he ended up telling me things that'd get him in a whole heap of trouble if his old bosses found out. But in the interests of uncovering the truth, he was more than willing to speak freely, just not over the phone. We met in person, somewhere private, and he told me that while the UFO guy had been crazier than a bag of hammers, he was right about one thing, and one thing alone. And that's how the old army buddy and our missing person had actually once served in the Central Intelligence Agency. I'd already established that our missing person had served in an intelligence capacity during his final few years in the Army, albeit in a very unusual one. And according to his buddy, this made him a prime candidate for an agency recruitment in the aftermath of September 2001. Just like I'd suspected, our missing person hadn't quit the Army at a time it needed him most. He just moved to a place where records aren't made public. And while I assumed that he was given a job similar to the one they've been doing. Did World Trade Center 7 fall out of solidarity with the other building? I think it fainted. It saw its friends get ripped down. It was like, oh my god, I'm so scared. My audio goes in and out all night. Really? Is anyone else having that issue? Maybe people just don't want to come anymore. No, it's fair. It's just it was a very clear indication that that time that I decided to start my streams for like a week at like 7 p.m. in hopes to like finish my streams early and get to bed by midnight, that the numbers drastically dropped, and then they just like never changed back to the previous amount of notifications that get sent out, I guess you could say. And then even though sometimes I start later, it like just, never switched back. And it's because that's how YouTube's algorithm works. It just like gauges people's interest, and if they're not interested one time, then you get like severely punished. And that's the writing on the wall. That's why people constantly feel like in a state of anxiety whenever they do poorly on shit. The audio issue is a YouTube problem because I've had it sporadically. Okay, yeah. I don't know. Maybe I should change the latency from like super short to like a little bit easier. I don't know. You watched Backrooms today? Nice. What'd you think? I never get notifications about your lives anymore. I got lucky just getting on YouTube. Yeah, I don't know, man. Because YouTube is so terrified to hand out notifications to people because they're afraid that they'll just like get pissed off and unsubscribe completely. But I don't know, man. I don't know. Why even make like live streaming if you're just like not gonna like take it seriously as like a platform? But then like simultaneously YouTube's like streaming is like some of the most popular, but it seems like they just don't really care that much. But also maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just literally, I mean, if I'm being as objective as honest, it's not like this stream is extraordinarily exciting or anything like that. And I do interrupt. The one thing that people subscribe to me for, I do interrupt nonstop. So I am well aware of that. First half, 10 out of 10, honestly felt like a piece of art. Well, I think the second half suffered from some problems, but was still very good. Yeah, the second half just like rushed itself to the end. So it's pretty sad. Jackie Chan, thank you for the 10. Poll? Neck crack chiropractor videos versus pimple pop videos. It's a good poll, honestly. I feel like I'd rather watch the pimple popping ones. I don't really care about people's neck cracks. How do I even do that? Start a poll. Neck crack or pimple pop videos? Question mark. Poll has started with the games begin. Again, another Saturday game stream when? Oh, that's a good question, Nene. I don't know. I think there's like, can you do me a favor actually and look up when like there's another game kind of like Reanimal and Little Nightmares coming out. But you have like a gun. I don't know when it comes out or even what it's called, but I do want to play it. My second video went up today. It's a gameplay this time. I also need a new mic, but I can't afford it now. I need to get better editing. Oh, okay. Let me look real quick. Okay, yeah, I really wouldn't like intermix like narration and video games on your channel. Like I would just choose one niche. Because if you just like constantly go back and forth, the YouTube algorithm gets really confused with that. So, unsubbing because I hate polls. That's fine. Rick Campbell, thank you for the 20. Says your audio is fixed for now. 2, in my opinion, 7 p.m. is too early for me. Obviously, love your streams. Yeah, it's just I was trying to have more of like a normal sleep schedule, and I technically do. It's just I don't know, I was just trying to eat my cake and have it too. Pimple popping videos are gross, but my wife and son love them. Yeah, I definitely know that they gotta be gross, but there's just something, I guess, like, it's almost like scientifically fascinating in a weird way. Like you're watching it in like a morbid fascination of like, what the fuck? How did that even happen, bro? How did you even get that? Like, what is that? Get it out of him. Get it out of him. And while I assumed he was given a job similar to the one that he'd been... God damn, I feel like my lips just keep getting caught on each other. And while I assumed he was given a job similar to the one he'd been doing in the engineers, I was very wrong. He hadn't been some kind of intelligent analyst. God damn it. Do you listen to heart or head, and which is better? Just listen to your head, dude. Your heart's fucking stupid as shit. Anybody who makes decisions based on emotions is a moron, and I don't think should ever be in any position of power ever. He hadn't been some kind of intelligence analyst. His job was very euphemistically titled Interrogator. Unfortunately for the whippersnappers, it's time for another quick history lesson. Now, that time in September 2001 was a very dark time for America, obviously. Not just because of all the lives lost or how we realized our enemies could use our own liberties and successes against us, but also because of what we resorted to. Folks were so dead set on revenge and so scared that Al-Qaeda had something else up their sleeves that we ripped up the rulebook. Folks were so dead set on revenge and so scared that Al-Qaeda... Folks were so dead set on revenge and so scared that our enemies had something else up their sleeves that we ripped up the rulebook in a way that had the founding fathers rolling in their graves. The Patriot Act was passed, meaning the government had the right to spy on its own citizens in a way that it never, ever had before. But that's not what our missing person was involved with. He was involved in developing and executing so-called advanced interrogation techniques, a very fancy newfangled term that conveniently replaced a very old one: torture. Our missing person, along with his old buddy, was inducted into a large team of CIA interrogators whose job was to fly over to Afghanistan and later to Iraq to extract information from people. Afghanistan had been slim pickings as most of the Al-Qaeda. Get it together, brother. I thought I had some. Oh, there we go. Sorry. Let me just lube my lips real quick. I just know Joel has a firm jaw and a wet tongue on account of pronunciation skills. This is so true. I've been building it up for years. Been a long time listener and just started a YouTube channel. It's a relaxing channel for studying like lo-fi. Any advice on how to make it successful? Let's see, where is it? The one right here, Abby 11. Can I click on it? I can look at it and have a thought. Oh, it's not that one. It's a lo-fi. Can I confirm that I am a good sport? I am a good sport, honestly, especially when I play sports. I always noticed that whenever I would play sports against like other people, I was like happy for them that they did well. I'm cheering for you, you know. Or, you know, I'd always try real hard, but I never really got too frustrated with my teammates or anything like that. But then when it comes to, like, video games, oh, man, I'm, like, the first fucking person to be like, what the fuck what's our Mercy doing? What the fuck is Mercy doing? I'll fucking kill her whole family. So it's a little bit of a juxtaposition there. May both teams just have fun. Shut the fuck up, I'll murder you. The thrill of the game expels the inner rage. That's why if you mad, you suck. Yeah, and that's why I always enjoyed real life sports, because I think there was a certain degree of like physical exertion in like real life sports that you don't even really have the appropriate energy to like express extraordinary amounts of like anger, right? Whereas like with video games, it's almost like simulating that degree of like pressure that you almost have to like let it out in a way that can't like physically be expressed, you know? So you end up saying something that may or may not get you banned off the internet. Joel's my older brother and nephew's name, elite name, honestly. It's pretty sick, isn't it? You gotta pronounce it like you're spitting Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda. Yeah, a good sport doesn't have to say that you're a good sport's a red flag. Yeah, exactly. I'm honestly Assassin's Creed Black Flag. That's how bad I am. Joel. Hate to break it to some people, but I refuse to engage with politics. No problem blocking you. Who are you talking to? Are you like talking to somebody, or is it just like random? That's why I'm not in the big leagues, exactly. That's not, honestly, this is why I'm not in Overwatch League. Guys, can you imagine if I was in Overwatch League? I'd be making $25,000 a year. That's almost as much as a teacher. And then I'd be teaching you the ways of how to carry on Hanzo. Love all the way from Africa. Thank you. Hello, hello. Africa. We love ya. Afghanistan had been slim pickings, and most of al-Qaeda guys either escaped into Pakistan or were picked up by U.S. Special Forces and flown to Guantanamo Bay to be interrogated there. But Iraq, and in particular this one city called Fallujah, it was a whole other story. After the invasion, coalition forces were busy dealing with the situation in Baghdad, and for good reason, with it being the center of power. But just 30 miles away, there's this city called Fallujah, and since the coalition was stretched so thin, they had to hire civilian contractors to police the place. International insurgents began using the city as a staging ground. Fallujah was flooded with weapons and equipment, and then in March 2004, 4 of those civilian contractors were ambushed, mutilated, and then hung from a bridge by insurgents as a way of saying, "Come get us." The solution was obvious: send in the Marines. But when they got there, they didn't find a handful of insurgents taking advantage of a city in chaos. They found a fortress. The insurgents fought hard, they fought smart, and they were dug in deep. And this wasn't some grassroots, fist-in-the-air resistance movement either. Fist-in-the-air resistance. You're dating a helicopter pilot? Dude, be careful. Oh, you might... Penelope... Let me see. Let me type to her. Penelope, please refresh your stream. I think she's talking to... She's talking to the earlier part of the stream. She doesn't... Some people don't realize that their stream is, like, not live. Submitting a story about tonight. I got 2 mosquitoes sucking on my lip. Damn. My audio is cutting out when you stop talking, almost like the audio gain control is cut. Really? When I stop talking? Let me go to my youth. Man, I hate technical issues because I get really OCD about it. Let me check here, guys. Testing, testing, testing. Hello, hello, hello. Everything I do, da do ba da do ba da do. Sounds good to me on whenever I'm testing on YouTube. I don't know, man. They're gaslighting me. They're filling my butt with gas and lighting it on fire. Did you watch the video of the girl who got thrown from bungee without a rope? No, man, I ain't fuck. That's what I'm saying, bro. I'm never bungee jumping. I'm never fucking flying in a helicopter. Like, all this shit that people do to, like, feel alive just results in them being dead. Sad to say. Do I remember Fallujah? It was 2004, bro. I mean, I was in... I want to say, like, I was 14. You know what I mean? I didn't give a fuck about... you know, I knew 9/11, but, like... I was not paying attention to what was going on in the world. Just like ignorant to anything that was occurring. Didn't know anybody in the military. I mean, I knew some people, I guess, but... Big League Pickleball. Joel, your audio was grand. Issues must be on the individual basis. Audio has been mint since I joined an hour ago. Okay. Choose all messages instead of top messages and slide rather. Keep the chat recent. Yeah, I got it set to live. Or you're talking to them, sorry. Risk taking for the sake of thrill chemicals isn't worth it. It sticks whether you live or die with it. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if I would want to go skydiving, you know? I feel like that seems safer than bungee jumping, but it just seems like everybody always dies in some random fucking, like, South American country. You know what I mean? Like Central America, South America, like places without, like, very stringent, strict, safety measures, you know? Like what the fuck? 2 helicopters colliding together? Are you fucking serious? Can you imagine, like, how pissed Oliver Tree is if he's, like, a ghost right now? He's like, what the fuck? Did anyone test this shit? I know that's a bit rude, but, I mean, that's how I would be. I'd be standing over my fucking... Alright, well, yeah, fuck. Maybe a little early for that, but you get the idea. Like, it just seems like everywhere down there just, like, does not give a... Like, when you're somewhere else that's not the West, I don't know. Bungee jumping was fun. Then again, Costa Rica didn't faze me. I live in Oakland for a go out. It's all a terror, baby. I don't know. You know what I can do? You know what I'll do, guys? I don't know if I can change it now, but I can change the... I might be able to change the latency. No, I can't. It does not... Okay. So I have it set to ultra low latency to make it so our interactions are faster, but... And maybe that's why people are having issues. Yeah, fuck, I don't even know. Whatever. The insurgents fought hard. They fought smart. And they were dug in deep. And this wasn't some grassroots, fist-in-the-air resistance movement either. Because while former Iraqi army officers were most definitely running the show, the rank and file consisted of terrorists from all over the world. There were guys from Egypt, Syria, Chechnya, even European countries like France and Germany, and the Marines knew that because they pulled their passports off their bodies after the fighting was done. These guys had to land in Syria and go through passport control just like everyone else, and only some of them had straight up written Jihad in Iraq as the reason for entering Syria. Once these guys realized the Marines were going to take the city, a lot of them just downed tools and tried to blend in with civilians. What does that say? Just downed tools. A lot of them just... Wait, these guys realized we're going to take the city. A lot of them just downed tools and tried to blend. Does this sentence make sense? But down tools, okay, I'd change it to something like, once these guys realized the Marines were going to take the city, they just simply dropped their weapons. Okay, that's what they were saying. Okay. Makes sense. Remember 9/11, I lived through it, I was there, please don't forget. Okay, I'll do my best. This guy can't even read. Can't even read his own name off of a name board. Life goes on and on and on and on and on. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. Death, it's crazy. It's fucking crazy, man. You go do something and you don't even think it's like, you just like routine, and then you're dead. You're just dead, and who knows what happens after you die. You could go to hell, you could not exist at all, you could start over, you could be in heaven. I'll think, you know what, I'll think he's in heaven. That's what I'll do. It wasn't an accident? What do you mean? I heard it was 2 helicopters smushed into each other accidentally. Once these guys realized the Marines were going to take the city, a lot of them simply dropped their weapons and tried to blend in with the civilians, rather than go all out in a blaze of glory. And then with the Marines surrounding the place to make sure they couldn't escape, military intelligence went snatching people up left and right before carting them off to the interrogators to see what they knew. And that's where our missing person enters the picture. He and his old buddy were with the Fallujah interrogation unit. Oh, fuck. He and his old buddy were with the Fallujah interrogation unit all throughout 2005, and according to the buddy, it was the single biggest regret of both of their careers. Since all the attention was on Baghdad, the Fallujah unit ran almost completely unsupervised, and things turned real messy real fast. Now, firstly, everyone was still very much in payback mode, so knowing that there were so many bad guys in town made them nothing short of bloodthirsty. And I was told in the... Hey, Joni, what's going on? Good to see you. Game over. I don't think we have a single mod here either. Dude, the mods must not get notified as... It's what's so insane to me. It's like... people will set the notification. Like, they should... Honestly, there's... Okay. If anybody at YouTube working hears this, please, just consider an option where the notifications that you get can be specific to, like, live streams and the videos. Like, something that, like, for people who actually really enjoy coming to, like, live streams and interacting, that kind of thing, can get notifications for all the shit, like, consistently and reliably. They're probably watching the Gladiator games at the White House. This might be what's going on. Oh, you always get them? Oh, okay. Well, that's good. That is... Yeah. Sorry. I get way too meta whenever I talk about YouTube. I should just, like, have fun and not give a shit. You guys gotta get me talking about something else other than, like, literally anything else. I was told interrogations are supposed to be cold, withdrawn affairs, where an almost scientific approach is taken to physical and mental suffering. But the old buddies said the Fallujah team were openly talking about how good it felt to be dishing out some punishment. It wasn't even about getting answers anymore. Everyone knew some dumbass Libyan jihadist didn't know jack about September 11th. He was just there because he heard he could shoot at Americans and maybe even secure his spot in paradise in the process. But the team didn't give... Everyone knew some dumbass didn't know jack. What's up, Susie Q? Cold noodles or hot noodles? Definitely hot. Hot as hell. YouTube is a joke these days. Had trouble with my own live streams recently. Yeah, same. It's been freaking rough, man. I don't know. I guess you did. I don't know. I guess I just, like, I miss the sensation on YouTube of, like, growing, if that makes sense. But I guess at the same time, maybe once you get locked into a sort of algorithmic direction, the ability to grow just seems like such a threshold that I don't know. Like, when I look back on, like, my growth on YouTube, like, some certain things definitively changed. Like, for years and years, I would get, like, 300 to 500 new subscribers a day, and now it's, like, sometimes it's, like, sub 100, and it's just, like, strange. I don't know if it's because I talk about stuff, but it's not even like I'm saying anything, like, too crazy. I'm a shower, not a grower. That's true. Once you're the king, there's no higher throne. Oh, that's a good point, yeah. I wish there was a way to, like, I don't know, actually do short-form content to promo the channel in some way that it was, like, effective. Because the stuff that I've done for short-form content to this point has been not very effective. You loved when YouTube was the Wild West. Yeah, like, back in, like, the iDubbbz days, you know what I mean? When everybody could just be stupid as shit and, like, people were dressing up like fucking... like Marvel characters and getting 100 million views and everything was just done. Everybody was making money. What a time to be alive, man. Salad fingers. Everyone knew some dumbass Libyan jihadist didn't know jack about September. He was just there because he heard he could shoot at Americans and maybe even secure his spot in paradise in the process. But the team didn't give a good goddamn. If he was there to kill Americans, then he was going to suffer. It got to the point where anyone who wasn't Iraqi-born was getting dragged off the street and interrogated, and not all of them made it through. The team had all kinds of people dragged in there, and some of them were tortured to death. The old army buddies said walking through their headquarters, which was heavily guarded and set up a few miles away in the desert, was like a living nightmare. All you could hear day and night were the screams. The place had to be constantly cleaned too, because the smell of all that blood attracted flies, so it either smelled so heavily of bleach and other crap that it'd make your head ache, or it reeked of blood, and you were constantly swatting flies away from your face. Anyone who died during interrogation ended up getting buried outside in the desert, and in the rare case the person was truly innocent, they were dumped by the side of the road for the rats and stray dogs to find. Everyone knew how terrible it was too. They hated the screams, they hated the stink of blood, they hated the flies. But I was told that there was also this sense of, we all got a job to do, and it ain't a nice one, but it's important. Try to mention your streams time on your Apple Podcast. I feel like you should probably get good views on there. Yeah, maybe at the beginning of it. I always say it at the end of stuff, but, you know. What about 2-sentence horror stories for shorts or portions of stories with cliffhangers in the CTA to check out the full video? Yeah, that's makes some sense. Yeah, I mean, I kind of did it for a while on TikTok and stuff, you know. Tried some things. It's just nothing ever really took off. I just wish that I could like hand this off to like someone or a system that could just like dish out tons and tons of stuff to just like flood it all over social media. Because I paid this one company to basically divvy up my content to just people to make shorts, like a team of them, and then the goal was to get to like 5 million total views, and you pay a certain amount of money, and then they literally said that it just wasn't moving at all, to the point that they had to refund me. You know what I mean? That's kind of a disappointing thing where someone just can't do anything with it, to the extent they're like, you know, we're just going to give you your money back because no one gives a fuck. Why did I stop the end? Remember, insert funny comment at the end. I did not stop it. What you're probably hearing is one of the times where the stream gets stopped early and then I just do the normal one. This is generally my favorite YouTube channel, especially among horror. Oh, thank you, Autism. Partner with, hey, I can't see that not working for you. Yeah, I don't really know how I would... Like, some people use AI to, like, make shorts and stuff. I don't know if there's any programs to do that. You need a hidden audience like the one Mr. Nightmare has. I don't know if you could try reaching out to him. Well, that's what's weird, is I think what ends up happening with YouTube is, like, you kind of have to find your niche that creates a very strong pop in your channel during, like, a particular... like a very popular thing at that time, right? And that's where you get most of your audience and most of your momentum. And Mr. Nightmare was one of the first ones to do it for True Scary Stories, which kind of like garnered and gathered his audience. Why exactly his audience hasn't found their way over to like my channel after like years, you know, because some of his videos get like, you know, well over 500,000 views. So it just like kind of blows my mind. Like if there's 500,000 people, even if there's like half of 500,000 people interested in that, wonder why they don't make their way over here, you know what I mean? Have you fed the process, problems, and outcomes you want into AI? The AI video editing, you can use programs like Descript. You can look into it. Worked for Mr. Ballin. Yeah, I mean, Mr. Ballin kind of had a lot of visuals to go with it, and like, so, I don't know, I feel like his content works really well for like short form, because he can just like touch on a topic really quick, promo, whereas like my content is all, I don't know, maybe I just need to do stuff like that. Maybe I do need to show my face. No, I'm not doing that. Fuck all that shit. You don't want to see this shit. But I was told there was also this sense of, we all got a job to do, and it ain't a nice one, but it's an important one, so suck it up, Buttercup, because we could be the Marines getting our nuts blown off on the front lines. It was the perfect storm of evil, I guess, and I was told that it wasn't until a long time after that they had this shared, what the hell did we do back there kind of moment. And then over time, as all the WMD stuff turned out to be all bullcrap and everyone found out how rich certain folks got on the back of all that death, they realized that all that pain and suffering they'd inflicted had been for nothing. The old buddies said that this went on for years, with our missing man going from true believer to openly questioning what the hell the US military was even doing in Iraq. Being on the CIA payroll kept him quiet, I guess, but after he retired, I was told our missing person got way, way worse. He took to drinking, and according to his friend, he drank a lot too. He said he needed to be able to sleep, and it went way beyond that as well. He realized just how many innocent people they'd hurt and killed, and how that was becoming harder and harder to live with. What's worse, he didn't have anyone but some agency shrink to talk about it to. His old buddy couldn't be there, not all the time, as he hadn't retired yet, and our missing person couldn't exactly go talking about classified stuff to a civilian doctor either. He was already teetering on the edge, and then something terrible happened. The buddy said that just before New Year's Eve of 2013, our missing person called him in the middle of the night and asked him to go to the website of some Arabic language news channel. There, he found a live video feed coming from a very familiar-looking Iraqi city, and as he watched in horror, our missing person talked him through what he was seeing. Fallujah, the city that inflicted 1,000 horrors upon in some sick, misguided attempt to save it, was under siege from a group of militants, one that appeared to be very well armed and very well trained. They were in the process of surrounding the place, just like the Marines had done 9 years before, and then about a week later, they drove out the Iraqi army and declared their first major victory. Neither man knew who the group were at the time, but to cut to about 7 to 8 months later, and the whole entire world would know their name. I think a lot of channel when you start talking more about real thought and what freedom actually is. So I mean, some of the stuff that I say within the conspiratorial realm, I can see it being quite frustrating to some, but I mean, I really don't take a partisan perspective towards politics, especially in the modern sense, because I don't know, I just feel so much more inclined towards the idea that all of it is so easily controlled from both ends that wouldn't it make sense if you wanted to just completely rip a society apart, or at least keep them like begging for crumbs? You just you pit them against each other with two like ideologies that sort of fit two really generalized psychological profiles, usually feminine and masculine, and just have them smash heads over and over again, but you yourself are pulling the strings from behind. So, I mean, I understand why people have difficulties letting go of their side, but I mean, has it benefited you to this extent, to this point? Probably not. Mr. Nightmare is my first horror narrator, and then his mother unfortunately got cancer, if I remember correctly. He scaled down. That's when I found you. Oh, I didn't know his mom got cancer. I'm sorry to hear that. Hope he's doing okay. Do a mukbang. Yeah, I should read and have my mouth full of food at the same time. There's a portal in my bedroom. I'm sure of it. Mosquitoes have found their way. Most likely. My fiance is 15 weeks pregnant now, just getting more excited by the day. That's crazy. Congratulations. Problem, reaction, solution. Politics in a nutshell. I mean, yeah, that's exactly it. That's exactly how it goes. And that's the thing, is that you can apply the problem, reaction, solution to everything. You can apply it to a fake alien invasion. You can apply problem, reaction, solution to the left-right paradigm, where like, oh, if I'm on the right, the left is the problem. If I'm on the right, left, the right is the problem. And then you just go back and forth like a pendulum, each side pretending like they're, pushing towards some sort of idealistic like form of modern governance, while simultaneously seemingly being, exactly on the same side when it comes to like military funding and fucking money laundering and covering up for Epstein, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man. It's all fucking stupid. No one wants to look inside themselves to realize true problems anymore. They just blame the world. Yeah, I mean, the only place you can start is yourself, right? And if there's a degree of just like rage boiling in you, you're just... It's understandable. But displacing it onto your like fellow citizen, it's not going to accomplish anything. And sometimes the best way to approach all of it is just to try to make yourself into the best form, like the most financially free character you can possibly imagine. Because think about that, if you can figure out how to make yourself as rich as possible, then you can actually do things. You can actually get stuff done. You can build up your community. You can build community centers. You could feed the poor. You could feed your friends and family that need shit. You could take care of people and be someone that they rely on, you know, and instead of sitting there and acting like somehow some governing body that takes from the citizenry is somehow going to give you anything better than that, you know. The distinct sides are owned by the top. What's left, the true center there, is comprised of those on the bottom. Yeah, I don't know, man. It all sucks. It's all suckity suck balls. We're all gonna be gay even though he takes gay rights away, so to be honest, him taking them away doesn't make sense. What are you talking about? Am I taking your gayness? You've stolen my gay, give it back. We're all gonna be gay? Wait, we're like forced to be gay? Government mandated homosexuality? The data centers? Problem with that is the governing people dictate how much and how you do things financially to help others. Exactly, like, but the thing about the governing body that makes decisions is they can't possibly know what your needs are in your own household. They can't know what your needs are within your community. They can't know what your needs are within your state, and it goes outwards and outwards and outwards. And it's like, but that's why you need these free-flowing systems that can make economic decisions based on the need within the locality, you know, instead of like larger governing entities like who have no comprehension of the necessity of an item 2 towns over. They can't do it, and hence why it's always a terrible decision. Neither man knew who the group were at the time, but cut to about 7 to 8 months later, and the whole entire world would know their name. And while that name sounded different depending on what language you spoke, in America, we called them ISIS. The old army buddy didn't know exactly when his friend had disappeared. He just got a call from him in February, not long before his car was found at the motel. But it wasn't hard to figure out the exact date of our missing person. Had gone missing. I called his wife to ask if she could remember the exact date. Without skipping a beat, she said January 4th. It was a Saturday. The exact same day the news broke that Fallujah had fallen to ISIS terrorists. We think that was the straw which broke the proverbial camel's back, because after that, our missing person ended up drinking himself right down into a hole. His old buddy said that when he showed up to the bar that they met at, he looked like he had 1 foot in the grave already. And then all they spoke about were regrets and the lies and how it was all for nothing, absolutely nothing. The meeting didn't end well either. The old buddy suggested that he get help, but his missing friend said nothing could help him. Nothing? Oh, there's Justin. What's up, bro? Justin, are you the... No, I think Lynn's here. Sorry. He went silent after you said government mandated homosexuality. They turned me gay. They're turning me and the frogs fucking gay as hell. To try to survive, look at yourself and your family. Government sure as shit don't care. No one's coming to save you. Yeah. That's all you can do, man. That's all you can do, dude. Life is comprised of a series of small villages. The meeting didn't end well either. The old buddy suggested that he get help, but his missing friend said nothing could help him anymore. Not booze, not even the church. He said he knew he was going to hell, that he'd inflicted so much pain that he could never even the scales. Now, our missing person also mentioned how they might be the last time that they'd see each other, but I guess the older army buddy didn't see that for what it was, and he left thinking that his old friend couldn't stand to see him anymore. Not him when... Not when he was that much of a reminder of something he'd do anything to forget. Everything made a little more sense after the call with the old army buddy, and although it stayed off the record, I had a conversation with the missing man's wife confirming his former position at the CIA. And after that, it was a case of figuring out which direction he might have gone on foot following his departure from the motel. And while that proved a difficult process, I hoped that it'd at least give me something to work with. Well, it did. And when I found out what it was nothing short of devastating. It was in a bar that I ended up talking to a man who knew the area well. He'd grown up around McCroskey State Park and spent a lot of time there as a kid, so it was him who told me that the motel our missing person stayed at right before he disappeared was just a half-hour's walk away from a place they called Dead Man's Bridge. He told me the section of river it ran over were rapids, and that if a person fell in, they'd be bashed against the rocks before they hit a section with what's called an undertow. And this is when submerged obstacles like... I need to start. I'm like losing my fucking shit. What are you saying? Jewish doesn't have a Bible? Christians and Catholics are the only ones with a Bible. Other religions call it something else. Yeah, I'm pretty sure most Jewish... Wait, let's look it up. What book do modern Jewish people use? Thoughts on Psyduck? Psyduck is awesome, dude. Psyduck has so many good, like, full art cards. Like the one that I like, one of the first cards I pulled out was the special illustration rare of Psyduck, where he's on the beach and you see the huge cumulus nimbus cloud in the background. Oh, Psyduck in the show. Psyduck in the show wasn't my favorite growing up, but he kind of grew on me, just being like a cute little stupid Wobba Fett style thing. But yeah, he's got a lot of good cards. Have seen the movie Undertone? I have not. Give a Psyduck floaty, that's awesome. Okay, so the most central text is the Torah. It's the 5 books of Moses, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. This is one of the core scriptures read in synagogue. The Tanakh, roughly the Jewish Bible, it includes the Torah, prophets, and writings. Christians would recognize much of it as the Old Testament, though the order and interpretation are different. The Talmud, a huge collection of rabbinic discussion, law, debate, ethics, and interpretation, very important in traditional Judaism, especially Orthodox and rabbinic study. See, this is the one that I'm pretty sure was like used most modernly, because after the temple was destroyed and they were kicked out of, you know, the area in which they used the temple, Jerusalem or whatever the fuck, long ago, they needed like something to, because I mean, like the sacrifices at the temple was like hugely important to their cultural religion, so they needed something to kind of rally behind. So like the Talmud was like updated concepts as to why they were sent elsewhere or whatever. The Siddur, the Jewish prayer book used daily for Sabbath prayers. Okay, interesting. What's my favorite Pokemon? Definitely Dragonite. Faux show. Dragonite is pretty badass. You love the Psyduck TCG card that's confused walking down the steps. Yeah, it's so pretty. It's such like beautiful Japanese, you know, architecture of like ancient steps. Do the cards make Psyduck more popular? You know, I think a little bit. Sometimes like the connection to the character, like how you decide who your favorite Pokemon, I've noticed when I ask people within this hobby, they seems to decide that based on they seem to make that decision based on whenever a Pokemon showed up within the show or a movie. So like I love Dragonite because I saw him in the first movie as like a guy, like a dragon that like delivers mail, and I just thought it was really badass that you could just like ride a Dragonite everywhere, and it looked really cool. In the same way that I have an affinity for Slow King, like the one where it's like an alternative evolution to like Slow Bro. I just thought Slow King was really sick because he like sits on the edge of that ocean edge, and this might be in the second movie, and like has, you know, he's sort of like a character that's outside of the story, kind of giving some narration to it, I guess, a little bit, or like musings. But like other people, like I have a friend who like loves Deoxys, you know, and like Deoxys wasn't my favorite, but like Deoxys did have a movie, so it makes sense. A lot of people like Pikachu because they see him all over the place. A lot of people like Gengar. I don't know exactly if Gengar had as many animations, but I guess it's a testament to how cool the character is in general. I also recently looked up all like the ghost Pokemon to like look through them, and dude, a lot of the ghost Pokemon kind of sucks. It's like a fucking like chandelier and like a tea kettle that's like haunted. Do I like Digimon? No, I haven't checked out Digimon in a long time, but when I was younger it seemed interesting. I watched some of the show. My homie's favorite Pokemon is Deoxys as well. His name is on everything is Deoxys. That's cool. Yeah, I just got a bunch of Deoxys cards at the show because I think I'm going to give it to a friend that exists at one of the card shops I go to because they're trying to collect as many Deoxys as possible. I love cute and cool bugs. Larvesta is just a stubby little guy, while Volcarano is so beautiful. That's cool. Yeah, I do enjoy that, like, girls really... I like that Pokemon is, like, both men and women, you know what I mean? Like, girls like it because there's cute shit, guys like it because there's badass shit, you know what I mean? And vice versa, you know, you can go crossover on there as well. Gengar is just a dead Clefable. Oh my god, that's a great point. Wait a minute. Gengar, dead Clefairy. Oh shit, I had no idea. Wow, look at that. Wow. I had no freaking clue that was that. That's blowing my mind right now. The idea that Gengar is the ghost or shadow of a dead Clefable, often misremembered as Clefairy, is one of the oldest and most famous Pokemon fan theories. While never officially confirmed as game canon, the connection stems from striking design and mechanical choices from the original Generation 1 games. Interesting. Onyx. Onyx is cool. He's kind of a slept... You know who's also kind of a slept-on, like, psychic type is Hypno. Like, sometimes I'll see Hypno cards, and Hypno is pretty badass. I don't know why. Just interesting character. Pretty sure it's Pokemon and not Pokewoman. Cubone is Charmander whose spirit flame has been put out. Wait, really? I was always curious. What the hell? Cubone is Charmander without flame. Is that what happens? The theory that Cubone is a Charmander whose tail flame went out is a popular but highly debated Pokemon fan theory. They have identical body shapes. Cubone and Charmander share nearly identical anatomical silhouettes, including stubby arms and a round snout and a similar tail shape. The skull fit. Fans have long pointed out that a Charmander skull perfectly matches the shape of a skull helmet of Cubone wears. The mother's death. A Cubone's Pokédex entry states it wears the skull of its dead mother. If a Charizard mother dies, her offspring would often be left alone, and if the baby's tail flame went out, it could transition into the sad ground-type Cubone. That's crazy, bro. Let me check this out. Cubone is Charmander. And look at the images real quick. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second, guys. Wait a fucking second. Poke nerds. Hold on, Poke nerds. Check this out. What if? What the fuck if? What? Okay. Take a second. I want you guys to solve this for me in your head. What Pokemon in this game has a strong affinity for their mother that you can, like, see their relationship? Alright, Pokedorks. I'm pregnant with a sub sandwich. Yes. Kangaskhan. Exactly, bro. What if Cubone is literally a Kangaskhan baby, pre-evolution type shit? Wait. Which actually makes a lot of sense. And then it just wears the skull of its mom. But there's horns. Does a Kangaskhan mother have horns? Has weird ears? Cubone, Marowak. Kangaskhan. No, what is it? Kangaskhan. Sorry. Wait, what was I going to look up? Cubone. Pre-evolution? Cubone pre-evolution. Oh, they do have one. Scub. Old Scub. No, wait, no. Kangaskhan. Kangaskhan pre-evolution. And we got... Do we actually have one? Or is it just like have a baby? It doesn't have an... Okay. Oh, so the theory is Kangaskhan baby... If it levels up holding a Kangaskhan skull, it becomes a Cubone, and then eventually a Marowak. If it levels up via happiness, it becomes a full-on Kangaskhan. So, like, if their mother dies, man, Pikachu's pretty or not Pikachu, Pokemon. Pokemon's pretty cool, guys. Dude, I kind of want to invent another Pokemon. I miss, like, creating stupid shit. Even if I am fucking 36. Whatever. What else is there to do at fucking 36 other than, like, nerd shit? I remember in, like, 8th grade I had a sick-ass art book with, like, a bunch of just, like, made-up Pokemon ideas and, like, Pokemon entries and stuff. I forget exactly what I put in there, but there was one to do with, like, Pikachu, where, like, Pichu interacts. If Pichu interacts with some type of, maybe like a power, I feel like it was like a power generator, but basically it ends up like going so fucking fast that it's like a Pokemon that you can never actually like see it, and you can only catch it, and like the only time they ever caught, like scientists ever caught it, was whenever it was like a picture was like snatched at like a random time, you know what I mean? And then the prevailing theory of my made-up Pokemon was that it must have like interacted with some type of like fusion place or whatever. I'm just lazy at this point probably. That's fine, dude. I mean, you're not... Listen. No one wants to do fucking anything. And it's okay to be lazy. As long as you're not eating a bunch of like pints of ice cream and getting diabetes and dying, which really is just like a slow suicide if you think about it. It's fine. It's fine to just be like working as fucking stupid as shit. And who knows, maybe, you know what you could do? You know, if you want to retire at 36, like you just said, my suggestion, go to one of the countries that have like the lowest conversion rate for like money. You know what I mean? Or like not the lowest, the highest conversion rate, sorry. So like, what do we got? We got like some of the random islands, like, or you could go to Vietnam or Thailand or some shit like that. And maybe you'd be lonely because you don't speak the language or whatever, and maybe you get chlamydia or some shit like that. Big deal. At least you'll be living like a king. I wouldn't be caught dead doing that, but, you know, at the end of the day, if you really think about life, if you think about the economy, all of these concepts in our perception of what is money, what is it, what is life, what is it, it's all based on our comparison to those people around us, right? The reason people feel so dissatisfied, I feel, in the American society is that we're constantly comparing ourselves to what we think we deserve because our brains are constantly inundated with other people's lives. Now, granted, you know, if we went somewhere else and saw their lives and saw how far our dollary dues went, suddenly the perception and comparison wouldn't be as strong and we would feel maybe a degree of empowered or something. So maybe you just need to go somewhere else and experience life in a completely whole new alien world. You want ice cream? I think they have ice cream in Vietnam, unless it gets so hot all of the ice cream melts. You yearn to escape this hellhole, oh, you're in the Philippines. Okay, never mind. Sorry. He told me the section of river it ran over were rapids, and that if a person fell in, they'd be bashed against the rocks before they hit a section of what's called an undertow. Now this is when submerged obstacles like large rocks cause fast-moving water to go over the top, which creates a strong downward current that can drag swimmers beneath the surface. So basically, fall in the river near Dead Man's Bridge, and it will knock you out and drown you. Now he said it was popular with a certain kind of people, People who are just too tired to go on because of how a sort of dignified... He said it was popular with a certain kind of people. People who are just too tired to go on because of how sort of dignified it all was. Is this right? I'm confused with... Is this like right vernacular here? He said it was popular with certain type of people. They're referring to like suicidal people, right? To jump off the bridge. People who were just too tired to go on because of how sort of dignified it all was. Do they mean dignified or undignified? The Billabines. I want a piece of land that has every type of tropical fruit my country has. You could maybe make that happen, like if you simulate all the soils in some weird roundabout way. What's the theme of this time? It's like cold case investigators. I think they mean dignified, which is what they put, right? He said it was popular with a certain kind of people. People who are just too tired to go on because of how sort of dignified it all was. Like life is dignified? I'm confused. I feel like to me saying it's dignified when referring to the idea of suicide sounds like they meant undignified. But then what are they referring to? The act of jumping? I just can't really wrap my head. I don't even know what context to give the AI to ask it. I don't fucking know, man. Can you tell me if the last sentence of this makes sense? Yes, it makes sense. The main issue is popular with certain kind of people. Since you mean suicide people, the sentence is trying to stay indirect, but it may come off a little too coy or unnatural. Also, how sort of dignified it all is understandable but clunky. A smoother version, he said it was popular with a certain kind of person, people who were just too tired to go on because there was something strangely dignified about it. He said it had become popular with a certain kind of person, people who were just too tired to go on and who saw something almost dignified in letting the river take. Yeah, I feel like maybe that's what they meant, the dignification of the river taking them, which I didn't know that there was a dignified form of suicide. I guess that makes sense. They meant dignified because it's the only thing that people can think to do to go out in a way that's acceptable to them, but the sentence structure is... I just wasn't sure if they were referring to the actual method of suicide as dignified. In my brain, I couldn't imagine any form of suicide being dignified. But now that you say it, that does make a lot of sense. He said it had become popular with a certain kind of person. People who were just too tired to go on and who saw something almost dignified in letting the river take them. Instead of being washed up downstream, all lifeless and looking like a drowned rat, the river fed into the Columbia, which spits anything that falls into it right out into the Pacific Ocean. And then once you're out there, you're good and gone, and no one's ever going to find you without a submarine and a whole lot of luck. It all suddenly made sense to me, and when it did, it hit me like a ton of bricks. Not just because I felt for our missing person, having been driven so crazy with guilt that he'd most likely opted to check out early. Also, can I just say that I love Filipino people? I love Filipino people, dude. I feel like every time I meet Filipinos, they're just so fun. I swear there's nobody in the world who takes things less seriously than Filipinos. In a good way. Prove it? Alright. Every Filipino in here, pull down your pants. I'm gonna put candy in your pant pockets to show you how much I appreciate. Theo Vaughn, is that you? Oh, is that what he said? Who knows? Maybe I buried his sentiment into my brain somehow. But I mean, I think it's I genuinely think that it's an honest to God feeling that every time I've ever interacted with a Filipino person, they tend to just they tend to just have even in their suffering, Even in the suffering of like a giant volcano like burning up their village, they're just like, yeah, this is, I'll post a meme about this later or something like that, you know what I mean? Or like, I can't wait to see Avengers Endgame later or something. You know what I mean? Like they're just stoked about like LeBron James, and it doesn't matter that they only have like 15 pesos to their name. They're just in a good mood. You work with a Filipino manager in your work, they take the work very serious. Okay, maybe I'm completely off base. Maybe the ones that I've interacted with are just a bit goopy. Filipino coworker is always laughing. It's probably why I think he's younger than me, even though he's older. Oh yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe the manager ones take it real seriously. Because when I worked at a nursing home, there was the woman that owned it was Filipino. And now she took it, she was always like everyone's hell. Like, I'll be honest with you, she was on everyone's dick all the fucking time. But she wasn't on my dick. She always liked me a lot. And maybe that's why I like them, because the ones that are in charge are nice to me. Maybe it's because I put candy in her pocket too, I have no idea. They're just resilient, but our government uses that against us. Oh, that makes sense, yeah. Damn. Not just because I felt for our missing person, having been driven so crazy with guilt that he'd most likely opted to check out early, but because it was me who was going to have to tell his wife, a woman who'd been so utterly convinced by her friend that her missing husband was still alive, and that was one of the hardest things I'd ever have to do. Now, without a body, we couldn't officially declare the missing person's case closed, not without a warm or cold body as concrete proof. But after a while, I guess as she slowly came to accept it, the missing man's wife filed a petition to have him declared dead in absentia. Oh yeah, I got this wrong like a previous video when someone mentioned absentia. Is that the right term? Is that the right squirm? Who up squirming? Absentia, okay. In absentia. In abstinence. We just need more happier people in general, so I'm taking away from this. Yeah, I mean, if people could just, like, maybe that's the thing. It's like, maybe people just need to be poor as fuck and near the sun more to just be, like, in a better mood. Because, like, dude, I gotta be honest with you. So I live in Pennsylvania, right? Pennsylvania. And today I was just, like, I was at a Sheetz. And I just, like, look around at people. And, dude, Pennsylvania, like, when I sat there and I thought, like, is there anything I have to be, like, proud to be, like, a Pennsylvanian? And not really. I'll be honest with you. There's really nothing abstractly proud I am about Pennsylvania other than it's, like, the absolutely most neutral place in the world of neutrality. Like, it's like every single face you look at, it's not happy, it's not entirely sad, it's just in a state of complete an abstract disconnect from reality. It's Bud Dwyer. Pennsylvania maxing. Penisvania. They hate to see an Amish boy flee and thrive. I know, it's bullshit. I just want to milk my cows in peace. Hershey chocolate? What about the Hershey chocolate? Don't you have pride in the fact that they shipped all the factories over to China? Come on. It's all good. I am totally not mad at the fact that Hershey, Pennsylvania doesn't smell like chocolate anymore. Hershey Pride Month. Come on, guys. Come on the Hershey Highway. We're going on the Hershey Highway for a whole month. We're going to get covered in that sweet, sweet chocolatey goo. Pennsylvania is beautiful, at least. It is pretty, yeah. There are pretty parts, for sure. I just wish there was, like, some... I don't know. Maybe I'm completely... Maybe you go to any other state and everyone's just as equally miserable, which is semi-correct. But I just remember going down south and, like... Once I hit South Carolina, dude, everyone was, like, just stoked. They were just stoked to talk to you, bro. They were like, yo, man, how's it going? You see that fucking stupid fucking game? It was cool, wasn't it? And you're like, yeah, it was cool. What's your name? My name's Daniel. I'm just here to serve the Lord and do my best. Do you need look at any shoes? Yeah, Daniel. I'll look at some shoes. You betcha, buddy. You absolutely betcha. Are you hungry? Do you want any sweet tea? I would love some sweet tea, Daniel. Thank you. Now, granted, you get to like Florida and everyone's like, la, 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 la. Like some guy's riding away on like a bike with his shirt off, carrying like an entire refrigerator. Your sister's like that, minus the accent. Oh, that's nice. I don't know, dude. I mean, I know, well, it's your sister, right? So you're gonna like judge her in a different perspective. But like positive energy, man, just goes so fucking far. Like it really does. Like being the positive person when everyone else is just like a glump. Just like a glump who like doesn't appreciate the fact that they live in a non-impoverished world. I don't know. You just need perspective sometimes to appreciate existence. It might be a vitamin D issue. Not enough D, not enough inches of D. You need at least 3.5 inches of D a day. But after a while, I guess as she slowly came to accept it, the missing man's wife filed a petition to have him declared dead in absentia. Which, for those who don't know, is when someone's been missing for so long that the only reasonable explanation is that they're deceased. Or in the case of our now grieving wife, when you're 99% sure someone's deceased, you just can't 100% prove it. And only then, once it's been made official, could we take the file out of the cold case cabinet and put it where it belongs. People in Pennsylvania have no issue calling people out on BS. Northeast is a little bit different in this sense. Yeah, I guess I do. Well, yeah, it feels like Pennsylvania people do. What do? It's almost like they expect the truth, I guess. Like, there definitely doesn't seem to be too much like BSing or like lies amidst themselves. It's kind of seems to be like an in-between state. Like, there's not too much red, not too much blue. It's just sort of a random mixture of everything, and most people are usually willing to just like tell you their thoughts, I suppose, while still maintaining a degree of horniness. I don't know. Appreciation is hard for middle-class America since they never know anything outside of their bubble. That's why we need workshops and classes to remind themselves that it could be worse. We need a whole workshop to go whittle some wood. Bethesda could hire Joel and he'd probably get a good paycheck since there are about 3 people to voice all the hundreds of characters in a game. Oh, dude, that would be so sick to be like one of those reoccurring voices in a Bethesda game. I think that's so fucking funny how you like hear some of the same voices over and over. But they do sound good. I mean, they do sound amazing. I just remember there was a guy in, I think, Morrowind. No, not Morrowind. What was Oblivion? There was a voice actor in Oblivion who played a lot of like the younger guy voices, whether it's like teen kid or early 20s kind of like character male voice. And then I'm pretty sure that he was Haku in Spirited Away. I'm fairly certain he was Haku, the English guy, or the English voice for Haku, the dragon who helps the girl. You sound really good as a voice actor, in my opinion. Thanks, dude. Someone actually messaged me earlier asking if I was the bellhop in the game Deadlock. Have you guys heard the bellhop? Bellhop Deadlock voice. Oh, the doorman. Sorry, I mean the doorman. Okay. Okay, here we go. You guys want to hear it real quick? It's going to be a couple of different interactions, but it's like a British dude. We should all contact Bethesda to get Joel in the next Fallout. Tell him I'll do it for 3 shrimp.
You should host a storytelling event at the Baroness sometime.
You think people would come?
The Baroness hosts a wide variety of guests. I'm sure most would be delighted to have you, and the ones that don't will regret their decision later. You should host a storytelling event at the Baroness sometime.
You should host a storytelling event at the Baroness sometime. Yeah, it sounds nothing like me, actually. Why the fuck did that person say that? You should host a... What the fuck is the line?
You should host a storytelling event at the Baroness sometime.
You should host a storytelling event at the Baroness sometime. No, that's not me at all. I don't think I could actually really fake a fucking British accent. Fuck it. Damn it to hell. I don't know. We'll find something. You should host your little stories. It's the wispy emphasis. You wouldn't believe. Now I'll never watch Princess Mononoke again. How come? Just because it was a voice from Oblivion? You know, Jada Pinkett Smith did one of the voices in Princess Mononoke. Let's see here. Jada Pinkett Smith, Princess Mononoke. Who was she? Jada Pinkett Smith voices Toki in the English Princess. Toki is a spirited, fiercely loyal, and outspoken woman of Iron Town who works in the bellows and leads the female workers. Oh, yeah, I remember her. It's like her tits are almost always hanging out. And I think she's pissed at her, like, husband or whatever. Reminds me of that 101 Dalmatians live action with the Baroness. How's the gym? Gym's good, honestly. We're in a good spot. I do wish that I invested in something else, though. You know what I'm saying? Man, anime's so fucking cool, dude. Anime movies. I'm much more inclined towards anime movies. I was watching Akira again with my friend, and Akira's pretty fucking sweet. Did I mute you? No, Misty, I see you. Mystery. I snuck a chunk of cream cheese in my mac and cheese game changer. That sounds awesome. Kinda sounds like you in a higher octave. A bit more intense. A pinch of British. A pinch. A pinch of butt cheek. Yeah, Akira's interesting too, because I watched the animation style, and it's not like your typical anime. Like, it has a lot more motion to the mouth movements and the articulation of, like, appendages and fingers. It's something that, I don't know, I kind of enjoy that about anime, how there's, like, little details that are different between each of them, even though there's, like, a sort of overarching similarity. Ninja Scroll movie is coming out in 4K at the movies in a few months. I'll probably go see that. I remember watching Ninja Scroll in the past. Pretty freaking cool. This announced a manga adapted version of Ghost in the Shell. I'm hype. A manga adapted version. Oh, like a whole ass show of the manga? Do I play Pokemon Go the game? You know, I didn't, but I remember Pokemon Go came out in like 2015, and that was the last time I felt like there was world peace. It just seemed like everybody was like the feeling that you could go out, have a game in your phone, and just be like, you playing Pokemon Go? And they're like, yeah. And they're like, you want to have sex and raise a family together? And they're like, yeah. And it just worked out. Has anyone tried anything illegal this weekend? I don't think so. I stole all the Pokemon cards from that card convention. Back in March of 1998, I was a 32-year-old prosecutor here in my native Belgium. I'd been in the job for 3 years, so I was still relatively new, and after spending years focused on the less significant crimes like... I'd been in the job for 3 years, so I was still relatively new, and after spending years focused on less significant crimes like financial fraud, I was finally handed my first murder trial. I relished it, knowing that first impressions mattered, and if I may say so myself, I think I did myself proud. My stubbornness, along with a certain Flemish refusal... I don't know what that word is. It's not a good word. I said abstentia wrong again. Did I really? Shit. Absentia. Didn't I say absentia? Or did I end up saying abstentia? Fuck. Whatever, dude. Who gives a shit? I'm comment farming. Akira is a classic, touches on how evil the government is. Well, what the fuck is Akira? Like, what is it? Like, what is the story? Can we just look it up? Like, what is the story of Akira? I guess if you go to the manga, it's goes into the deeper story of exactly who everything is and the experiments they're doing on the kids and stuff. Akira is basically a cyberpunk story about a broken society, psychic power, government experiments, and a kid who become too powerful to control. It's set in Neo-Tokyo, decades after Tokyo was destroyed by a mysterious explosion. The city has been rebuilt, but it's unstable. Biker gangs, protests, corrupt politicians, military control, and secret government labs. The main characters are Kaneda, a cocky leader, Tetsuo, Akira, a mysterious child connected to the disaster that destroyed. Okay, the story kicks off when Tetsuo, right, blah, blah, blah. But, like, what was Akira and is Tetsuo becoming the same thing? The big idea is that Akira was a child whose psychic power became so immense that it caused the destruction of Tokyo. Tetsuo is now walking the same path. His powers grow beyond his body's ability to contain them, and he mutates into this horrifying mass of flesh and energy. By the end, Akira returns in some form and helps trigger another massive event. Tetsuo disappears in a new plane of existence, almost like he becomes the seed of another universe. So on the surface, Akira is a biker gang, right? But how did Akira get his powers? I guess it was like an evolution thing. I think they mentioned, like, it's like an evolution. Akira got his powers through government experimentation. In the backstory, Akira was one of the several children used in secret military scientific tests. The government was studying psychic potentials in humans, and those experiments awakened and amplified enormous powers of certain kids. That's why the other psychic children are numbered test subjects, like number 25, number 26, number 27. Akira was number 28. The movie doesn't explain the science in like a super literal way. It treats the power as a mix of human evolution, psychic energy, military experimentation, something almost godlike that humans don't fully understand. So Akira wasn't born as some magical chosen one exactly. He was a child with latent psychic potential, and the experiments pushed him past the limit. His power became so massive that he caused the original destruction of Tokyo. Joel, why would you spoil the movie? Now I have to punish you. You never seen Akira, bro? I feel like 30 years is a lot of time. But that shouldn't spoil it, honestly. That'll just give you some context. It's telling you the story of Lux. What's Lux? My stubbornness, along with a certain refusal to look away from unpleasant facts, impressed my superiors immensely, so much so that a few weeks later, on a drizzly Tuesday morning, I received what I can only describe as a life-changing telephone call. A colleague from the International Criminal Tribunal had seen my file and was particularly impressed by a conviction I'd achieved a few years prior, pertaining to a case involving systematic abuse in Belgian prisons. Now, I had also written a piece on command responsibility during the Yugoslav wars, with a particular focus on the failure to prevent the genocide of Croats. Is that how you call them? Croatians as Croats? Croats. What do you call them? Croats. The Croatians. I'm the youngest person ever. I'm 4. The only Akira you've seen is Akira Kurosawa. Is that an artist? The entire country of Japan want me to tell you that you have to stop collecting Pokemon cards so viciously you're hurting the population. The Pokermans are going to go extinct. They are mine, and they are in my binder. I have their souls. So here's another one for you. Akira has several US dubs. The original, the slightly altered one with the little kids' voices changing from little kid to old people, and the fully new US translation. Interesting. Why'd they do that? Croats, the ethnic Croatian people. How to say Croats. Oh, Akira Kurosawa is like a Japanese Martin Scorsese. Yeah, what does he do? I feel like I've heard of him. What movies does he make? Croats. Okay, well, that's... Seven Samurai. Huh. Rashomon. Seven Samurai Rashomon. Let me look this up real quick. Seven Samurai. Seven Samurai. Oh, that's really old, 1954. Okay, yeah, that iconic northern Japanese look. Or is it southern? I'd also written a piece on command responsibility during the Yugoslav wars, with a particular focus on the failure to prevent the genocide of Croats and Bosniaks, and this too had gotten the attention of the ICT. I was offered a job, one that was very well paid and came with a generous expense account, but there was also a catch. I was told they needed someone who understood bureaucracy and blood, the name of my written piece, as well as someone who wouldn't flinch when confronted with evidence of extreme violence. And if I accepted, I'd end up living and working in a place whose name had been synonymous with some of the worst crimes in human history: Rwanda. Now, my first instinct was to say no. I was dealing with a heavy caseload at the time, one of which involved bringing charges against a prolific distributor of CSEM, and I didn't want to walk away from the case, and I didn't want to walk away from my colleagues either. But after giving my hastily conceived answer to the ICT's recruitment officer, I was told that I had a few weeks to think about it. And then over time, my refusal started to feel less and less like a polite decline and more like cowardice. You see, many years before, my own country of Belgium had colonized Rwanda and rolled through a system of ethnic identity which divided people into one of two categories: Hutu or Tutsi. The colonial government vastly favored the Tutsi minority, who were much more keen to cooperate than the Hutu majority. But this only created a huge amount of resentment between the two groups of people, and when the Belgians granted Rwanda its independence, this system of governance didn't change. The Tutsis clung to power, and then by the early 90s, Rwanda wasn't so much a functional state as it was a powder keg just waiting to explode. There was already a civil war brewing by the time the country's Hutu president was assassinated by its own presidential guard, who were also Hutu. And then the extremists behind the plot used his death as a casus belli. Casus belli. Hutu! The Tutsis no Hutu. They sound really cute, but I don't think it's very cute. Guys, it's not very cute. Casus belli. The casus belli, it's the Hutus and the Tutsis. It's not a candy that Joel put in my pocket. It's actually really scary, and I don't like to think about it. Then the extremists behind the plot used his death as a casus belli to begin a slaughter of biblical proportions. Militias known as Harambe, oh no. Interahamwe. How to say Interahamwe. It's a fun stream, thank you. We have fun, we like to have fun around here. Interahamwe, okay. Closer breakdowns. Interahamwe. Interahamwe. Inta. Not Inta. Inta. Militias known as Militias known as Interahamwe. Militias known as Interahamwe set up roadblocks, having already drawn up lists of Tutsi officials and other community figures they wished to round up and kill. Radio stations then broadcast names and addresses, calling them cockroaches and urging their extermination. Rwanda wasn't a particularly segregated place either, particularly the larger cities like its capital, Kigali, and so while in the countryside, bands of armed soldiers engaged rebel fighters en masse in the cities, neighborhoods slaughtered When do you usually stream so I can start tuning? So every stream is Sunday nights, which is the night before Monday's release, and then Wednesday nights, which is the night before Thursday's release. So I release new videos every Monday, Thursday, but stream the night before that. Do you remember someone saying that they have a crush on your Trump impression? Yeah, I think Sam said that in my comments here. She said, I love your Trump impression. It's really good. It's probably making all of the girls' panties soaking wet. Doing an impression of a guy who sucked it, he sucked Bubba's bell end. Put his mouth right around it. Ooh, it's tasted good. Gotta get the cream. Folks, listen. You gotta get the cream. You gotta get it. Oh God, you gotta get it. If you're gonna get on the plane, you gotta try the cream. Okay. So while out in the countryside, bands of armed soldiers engaged rebel fighters en masse in the cities. Neighbors slaughtered neighbors in the streets outside their homes. In one of the more horrifying accounts of genocide, a Hutu parish priest murdered his own Tutsi parishioners by bayoneting them to death. Others were killed with everyday items such as gardening tools like hoes or shovels. Carnal violation was used as a weapon of war, and any moderate Hutus who tried to give shelter to Tutsi friends I need to think of another word for sexual assault synonym that holds the same power but isn't. Joel was the most normal child ever. I don't know what happened. Who are you? Who is this in my chat? Let's see here. Most powerful violations, abuse violations, exploitation. I'm just trying to think of Garlic breath is priceless. Yes. Bodily violation was, I don't know. Carnal violation was used as a weapon of war, and any moderate Hutus who tried to give shelter to Tutsi friends received the same treatment as those they tried to protect. In just over 3 months of violence, anywhere between 800,000 to 1 million people were killed. Bodies clogged rivers while mass graves were dug in schoolyards and football fields, and all the while, the international community did next to nothing. The violence only stopped after a militant group named Rwandan Popular Front arrived from the north, stormed the capital city, and restored order. But what remained was truly terrible. What was once a fractured nation had become like a charnel house, and I was all too aware of the violence and the suffering there. And then since Western governments had done nothing for the people and still hadn't after 4 long years, I thought the least that I could do was help count the dead. I flew into Kigali during the wet season of 1999 and found myself part of a small team including a forensic anthropologist. That's crazy. 1 million dead. 1 million people dead. What the fuck were they even? What was the difference between the Tutsis and the Hutus? Anybody had any Final Destination level stuff happen lately? I was very nearly in the fire department highway situation. You know, the one Friday night. Glad I'm still here. FD highway situation. I'm not familiar. When I was a little girl, did I ever call the teacher mom? Yeah, I think I did. And the funny thing was, I feel like I vaguely as a child was aware that calling the teacher mom was wildly embarrassing, but I still ended up doing it and just stupid. So stupid. I flew into Kigali during the wet season of 1999 and found myself part of a small team including a forensic anthropologist from the United States. Found myself part of a small team including a forensic... I flew into Kigali during the wet season of 1999 and found myself part of a small team including a forensic anthropologist from the United States, a Dutch investigator, a Canadian Special Forces officer acting as security, and 2 Rwandan translators. We were briefed by a senior member of the ICT at a UN encampment. Intelligence reports suggested that there was rural property in a region south to the capital named... Dude, my brain is fucking breaking right now. I can't read. Bugesera. 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 I'll just say Bugesera. I don't fucking know. The Hutu-Tutsi thing is the same as the Shia-Sunni. Is it related to a particular religion they all share, or is it related to just like political division for running the government or whatever, owning the land or something like that? You want to see more about this, check out Hotel Rwanda. You haven't seen that. One movie I do remember seeing, not entirely related, but sort of, was Beasts of No Nation. I remember seeing that movie, Beasts of No Nation, and it was just about child soldiers, and it was just like so fucking fucked up. But I felt like it was a very necessary movie. You just like never really get to see what how incredibly torn by civil war Africa truly is. You know what I mean? All of its various nations. Have been watching the World Cup. I watched Haiti play Scotland yesterday, and the guy on Haiti's team accidentally scored into his own goal by the ball kind of banking off his body and then flying in. So that was kind of a fluke win for Scotland. But dude, I don't know what the fuck it was, but they were just like, I don't watch a lot of soccer, but they were on each other's dicks the whole fucking time. Like every 2 seconds was just another like penalty bullshit where they like knock each other over or grab each other. It just was such a physical game that I was like, these referees need to just like let them play, because yeah, it literally was just like yellow card, red card, yellow card, and then like penalty, penalty, penalty. And it's like they couldn't even fucking play. Like it was just nonstop like grabbing each other and fucking falling over and shit. It was genuinely very boring, honestly. Like the first game of South Africa, Mexico. Yeah, I didn't watch it, but if that's how it is all the time, I'm just like, Jesus, how often do I go live? Every Sunday, Wednesday night. Intelligence reports suggested that there was a rural property in a region south of the capital named Bugesera. God damn it, man. I don't even know the fucking... Joel by day, lovable, mild-mannered nerd, let's read alter ego, dark, brooding, rage man by night. Exactly. Intelligence reports suggested that there was a rural property in a region south of the capital named Bugesera, in which a Tutsi family had been murdered by a Hutu mob. The files spoke of a series of murders, and I expected perhaps 7 or 8 bodies, but nothing could have prepared me for what we found. Absolutely nothing. It rained so much by the time we arrived at the property, the road had turned into a red paste that clung to the heels and to our boots. It rained so much that by the time we arrived at the property, the road had turned into a red paste that clung to the wheels and to our boots. It looked like many of the other homesteads we'd passed on the way. Mud brick walls, a tin roof with banana groves sloping down to a small stream below. It was very pretty in its own way, but as soon as we got within about 30 to 40 meters, we started to smell the decay of death inside. Inside the main house, the floors were concrete. I feel like my eyeballs are getting turned in all sorts of directions like a chameleon. Inside the main house, the floors were gray concrete, and it had been stained black in many places where blood had pooled and dried over time. The largest room on the ground floor, the kitchen and dining space, had been converted into a slaughter chamber. Hooks still hung from the ceiling beams, their sharp points still displaying flecks of gore, and a long table had been placed against one of the walls in which deep channels had been carved into the wood to drain fluids. Empty shell casings littered the room, with our security detail pointing that out. While most of them were from Russian AKs, a few were from Belgian FALs. Do you call an FAL, like, I mean, I guess you just, or do you call them falls? I don't even know. Anybody familiar with that weapon, the FAL? A Marine sniper I know said the movie Tears of the Sun was very close to what he saw and did around different places in Africa. Okay, I've never seen that. Haven't they been fighting for 100 years? Oh, Jesus. Who knows? FAL is usually pronounced by many letters. FN, FAL. But people will often commonly just say FAL or fall. Okay, yeah. Just FAL, okay, nice. Yeah, I'll just say that. Empty shell casings littered the room, with our security detail pointing out that, while most of them were from Russian AKs, a few were from Belgian FALs. Oh my god, dude, my brain is just... Hey, Mariana, what's going on? Or Marianka, sorry. Empty shell casings littered the room, with our security detail pointing out that while most of them were from Russian AKs, a few were from Belgian FALs. Weapons made by my country, weapons that we left there which were now being used to commit the most horrendous acts of pointless violence. And it made me sick to my stomach. Outside, we found a makeshift crematorium consisting of an oil drum furnace jury. Outside, we found a makeshift crematorium consisting of an oil drum furnace rigged with iron grates. And when I looked inside, I noticed how its interior crusted with charred bone fragments and teeth, and while nearby, a shallow pit had been dug and filled in. We didn't have to scrape away much of the dirt to start finding remains either, and some were small enough to belong to children no older than 8 or 9. And to find such a sizable amount of human remains was one thing, and to know some were children was a horror I can barely describe. It was the personal What is the part of the stream where you're a little rascal? You just wait, bucko. Buckarongo. But it was the personal... Dude, I don't know why tonight I'm fucking struggling, bro. Holy shit. I just can't, like, flow with the sentences. There's, like, no flow to it. No techno flow. I say that every night. I do say that every night, don't I? But sometimes I find it. But it was the personal effects that broke some... Oh my god. The kombucha fermented to a greater degree than anticipated. Yeah. I'm drunk. But it was the personal effects that broke something in me. Why is that so hard to read? But it was the personal effects that broke something in me. But it was the personal effects that broke something in me. In one of the home's back rooms, stacked in a haphazard piles all over the floor, were the clothes of those who had been murdered. There must have been thousands of clothes piled on top of each other. Men's shirts, women's shawls, and hundreds of shoes, all missing their pairs. I remember seeing a single red high heel that must have belonged to someone who dressed well for what she thought was a meeting. Okay, Jesus Christ. I remember seeing a single red high heel that must have belonged to someone who dressed well for what. Hey Ella, thank you. Love you too. Good to see you. I remember seeing a single red high heel that must have belonged to someone who dressed well for what she thought was a meeting or an arrest. I also remember seeing what I can't make it through a single sentence, bro. I don't know what the fuck, man. I also remember seeing what I'm quite certain was a part of a school uniform, along with a tiny pair of plastic sandals depicting cartoon characters. What pushed me over the edge was picking up a child's sweater, a pale blue one with a knitted duck on the front. It was stiff with dry blood. I kneeled and set it down carefully, as though disturbing it would wake the dead, and then by the time that I was at my full height again, I was crying. By the end of that day, I wanted to leave that place, leave Rwanda, and never return. But we ended up going to and from that house for 3 whole weeks before I was able to fly home again. Our forensic anthropologist cataloged bones under lock the frick in. Lock in! So there were no ghost updates this weekend at the 1880 house, unfortunately. Oh, that's probably good. Yeah, I'm going through Dr. Pepper withdrawal. Jowls having withdrawals from Dr. Pip. Dr. Pibby. Our forensic anthropologist cataloged bones under a tarp in the courtyard, and by the end of those 3 weeks, she estimated that at least 280 individuals had been murdered there, and that's not including those whose remains. You know what, fuck this. I quit YouTube. Alright, I unquit. I'm coming out of retirement. And that's not including those whose remains may have been fucking... Alright, I quit again. I've been doing this for 9,000 years, dude. How am I not good at it? Is this AI? No, this is a real dude. Do I sound AI? Like, honest question, does my voice sound AI? I'm keeping a running draft of all the weird ghost activity. If it keeps up, it eventually turn into a submission to read on those streams. That'd be good. Getting harder to tell on YouTube. Well, that's what I noticed. Like, anybody who has even remotely decent audio equipment or audio quality or, you know, pacing, I guess, immediately gets accused of being AI, where it's almost like it almost would be more beneficial to have like a shitty microphone and like shitty reading skills for like some, you know, video essay, so that people like think you're human or whatever. Sounds like your voice could be made into a solid content consistent AI, but it does not sound AI now. Yeah, man, I don't want that to happen, man. They're turning me into a meat cube at work tomorrow with AI. 2 weeks. A dead giveaway is saying read or live and properly. Oh, right, yeah, like depending on the context of the word. Was it? It's embarrassing as fuck. Wait, what's embarrassing? What a lot of other faceless storyteller chins do is offer commentary within the video. Yeah, it's not like... that's the thing, too, is like... YouTube isn't literal... I mean, I guess adding the commentary can make your channel stand out a little bit different, but, like, from what I gather, YouTube is not even, like, demonetized... You know what? I should just read their email they sent me. Because it literally is, like... About as clear as fucking mud. Damn. I don't know how far back I'd have to go. Let's see. I don't know. Oh yeah, this one. No, not that one. Son of a bitch. I have no fucking clue where it is with the email they sent me. It was just... I don't know. Oh, here it is. Yeah, what did they say? They said, before I can provide any... Oh, yeah, I had to go... You know what? Oh, wait, here we go. Confirm. Okay. In this case, the primary guidelines you'll need to take into consideration are the YouTube partner program policies, which, you know, they always link you to that like it somehow helps anything. If your content complies with these and does not fall into categories considered non-compliant, such as reused or inauthentic content... Dude, tell me the terms reused or inauthentic content doesn't sound like the most open-ended, ambiguous, and subjective, like, form of fucking policy enforcement you could ever imagine. It makes no sense. It's not clear what they mean by that. And it's just dumb. Your channel should be able to continue monetizing as it does at this time. It is important to clarify that whether the content is narrated by an AI or human voice is not a determining factor for monetization. The use of synthetic content is fully allowed on the platform and has the ability to monetize, provided the overall video meets our quality and originality requirements. Like, what is that? Quality and originality requirements. Like, what are those? What are those specifically? Regarding your specific questions about best practices, here are some you can take into consideration. Add commentary or show your presence in your videos, voice or screen. Okay, so that's what some people are doing, which is cool. And I guess I do commentary with these live streams. Provide context about your work in your video or your channel descriptors. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's not that helpful. By that, YouTube can pick and choose what to enforce because they never told you the specifics to lock themselves into a certain course of action. Exactly, dude. Who decides inauthentic? Who decides that? And that's why part of my conspiracy brain is like, are they just like cutting corners for like money so they can still run ads on things? And to me, once again, I just feel like that's just gonna like lead to a big class action lawsuit if that's something that a lawyer can prove through discovery or whatever. Now, how they would prove that through discovery, I'm not really sure, but it's just not a very wise thing to do for like short-term gain or whatever. They're going to start blurring the lines between AI and real creators to the point that AI channels will be labeled as real creators. I mean, I feel like there's still going to be things that people can tell, and if eventually a channel gets... Eventually, if that's like something that, like, imagine this. Imagine this a year from now. Moist Critical... No, 2 years from now. Moist Critical, Charlie, as we like to call him because he's all of our best friends, he will have a video where like, okay guys, so there's a situation on YouTube right now where a channel called, you know, Johnny Matt Plays With Himself, you probably know about it, but he claims to be like a real person, but everybody's going cuckoo gaga over the fact that he actually might be AI, and I think we finally have the details to indicate that he is in fact an AI channel. What's even more crazy about this story is that, like, it seems like YouTube over on Twitter was actually defending his authentic self, which then leads even more conspiracy crazy rabbit hole people to go down the idea that, is YouTube actually creating AI channels to replace their current content creators so they don't have to actually pay them anything in their advertising monetization processes, of which they've actually trained most of their generative AI content from previous creators' actual art anyways. It's become like a really big deal, and I think we need to get to the bottom of this. Leave your comment down below and send me a dick pic in the email. But no, yeah, I don't know. It's just a theory I have. Deepfake AIs will start being posted on real creators' channels after they violate these contracts and steal their channel. Violate their contracts. I don't quite know what you mean, but there are stuff in place that, like, you can you know, file like a privacy report on if someone's using your likeness and that kind of thing. The only bad thing is on YouTube that, like, if you want it to completely cover your likeness so you can, you know, have the automated system find it, you like have to give YouTube your like biometric data and like your likeness, you know what I mean, or let it dig through your stuff, which seems okay at first, but it's also kind of like, oh fuck, you know what I mean? Like now they just like, I don't know. They're going to basically make a clone of you so they can go send it off into space whenever the meteor strikes or the aliens kill us with a virus or whatever. The TikToker Cabby Lame sold his image to a corporate so they can use it for videos and ads with AI. How much did they pay him? Because honestly, I might sell my voice for like 10 million if someone asked me. That's my number, folks, 10 million. You're not going to get the same personality. You could train it off the AIs if you want, but we'll see. We'll see what you can do. And that's not including those whose remains may have already been incinerated. Our Dutch investigator, a nice man named Pieter. Pieter. Your voice is the best I ever heard. Honestly, that would be kind of sick. Have my voice in every Alexa. I think he was a few million. He is a pretty big creator. Interesting. Now, does that mean like the creation of his own stuff at all is like Peter? Oh, okay, just Peter. Peter. Jolexa. Hey, Jolexa, what's the weather right now? You can train AI right now with your voice, and you don't have to talk to us anymore. Imagine that, like a live stream interacting with you guys, like an AI voice. That would actually be fascinating if it was effective. I don't know. I think with AI, they're only ever going to get to like 99% with most things. Like they can push it to 99%, but there's always going to be that like weird sort of, you know, it's always going to be like 1% and then 0.5% and then 0.5%. And, you know, you're never going to quite get there. And there's always going to be those forensic folk who are going to be able to figure out. What's up, Cod Boy? How we doing? Our Dutch investigator, a nice man named Peter, interviewed survivors from nearby villages. They said the trucks came at night and how they couldn't sleep because of the screams. One old woman described seeing a Hutu community leader directing operations. Another mentioned soldiers from the former Rwandan armed forces. Peter wrote down many names, but there were no documents, no paper trail, and since the killer had been careful to ensure no cameras were around, so while there were plenty of pictures of the bodies, we couldn't find a single piece of footage depicting killings of any kind. And we seized what little we could. Things like a handful of identity cards were pulled from the pockets of that discarded clothing, or a rusted pistol registered to a man still living openly in Kigali. Now, that was the only significant piece of evidence we found in terms of connecting a murderer to their victims, and only then, it may have accounted for only a handful of deaths in a genocide committed mostly by everyday household items. I remember spending long evenings writing reports by lamplight, drinking warm beer by the dozen to keep the rage from clouding my judgment. And not just rage at the killers either, but rage at my own country of Belgium. It was Belgium who issued the ethnic identity cards in the first place, cards which might as well have been death warrants if they had Tutsi written on them. And just like when we found those bullets, I've never been more ashamed of my country. On the whole, the investigation was an uphill struggle for the first week, and it didn't get any easier as the weeks went by. You might have had an expense account, but there was a strict limit on what we could spend on any given day. And then because ours was only a small part of a much wider investigation, we received only... That is kind of crazy how, like, just just the designation of someone as being something different, like Tutsi or Hutu, even if you like look the same or whatever, it's just crazy to think, and you're from the same nation, right? That just that designation can lead to like insane amounts of bloodshed, and it kind of makes you wonder how quickly that could come to like Western nations. You have a crazy desktop. Oh, you're listing out your specs. Nice, dude. The spickety specs. AI is also killing critical thinking, making us lazy. It's the next step in turning brains into mush and procrastinating. I mean, it makes sense. I do feel like it's cool in the sense that whenever we have questions, we can like quickly look things up. It doesn't mean it's always accurate. Because someone made a good point where like when you don't know something, I think it might have been in the stream, they're like, when you don't know something, it makes you think it knows everything. But then whenever someone knows a lot about something, AI is so confident that it ends up just like telling a falsity, and then the person that knows about it can just be like, well, that's not true at all. So it's really like difficult to have anybody to like fact check like you definitely have to fact check that which you pull from AI, I guess, or have some degree of discernment there. And honestly, that does kill a lot of critical thinking, because before you had to like dig through articles and dig through Google searches to like find information, and now you just kind of like trust the AI as like a god of sorts. Then, because ours was only a small part of a much wider investigation, we received only minimal support for the tribunal's HQ in neighboring Tanzania. Tanzania. Is that critical thinking though, or just wasting time finding a source? No, I mean, what would be the critical thinking aspect? I mean, like fixing your own grammar, right? Whenever people have AI write your entire report, I mean, that's a process of using your brain that you're never getting back. I don't know. There's like something that makes me like dastardly sick from like seeing like young kids who use iPads and shit just be like the absolute most like impatient little fuckers of all time, and just knowing that they're not developing as much like white matter as like a normal person, right? What do I think of the Carmelo Anthony case? I don't know. I don't really know why the Carmelo Anthony case is like so controversial. It's like someone stabbed someone to death, whether it was like, well, I mean, I guess it wouldn't be manslaughter. It would be like attacking with a deadly weapon, which led to death, which could be murder of like what, the second degree. I mean, what did he get convicted for, right? But I don't really see any sort of defensible concept there, you know what I mean? Like, I don't really know what anyone could find to defend in attacking someone with a knife and killing them, you know what I mean? So I do think race played a factor. What do you mean? I mean, it plays a factor in like whether or not people think, you know, they should be pardoned or something like that, or like the sentence should be reduced. But at the end of the day, murder is murder regardless of race or whatever. What about the guy racist dude with Chug in his name? Chug? You mean Chud? Oh, Chud the Builder guy? I don't know. I've only heard about him after he got in like trouble for going up to people and getting trouble, but I don't know. I never knew really anything. There's so many of these characters that are just like abstractly controversial for seemingly they really, I don't even know what they're doing. Like, what are they doing? Just going around being wild? He's in jail. Oh yeah, because he shot somebody, right? But he like provoked them. He provoked them, and then the guy attacked him, right? And then he shot him, or whatever. Which, like, in that case, it's like, it seems like he just seems like a schizophrenic homeless guy going up to like people to get them to attack him to justify like shooting. You know, it's just stupid. Have you noticed you say "you know what I mean" a lot? Yeah, it's sort of like my filler term, so I apologize if that's too annoying, but it's just like it's like when people say "know what I'm saying," like I just like, it's so hard to get rid of it. The guy who was taken away was white and the Carmelo Anthony was African American. No, I'm aware of that, yeah. But what I'm saying is, like, I don't really think in deciding whether or not someone murdered somebody, it's like you set race aside in that situation. Like, you could argue, like, I mean, I guess a person could argue racial motivation in the killing of the person, right? In any circumstance, I suppose, but at the end of the day, murder is murder, and you should be tried as such. I don't really see really any defense. And I also wasn't the kid like at a school event that he didn't even go to that school? It was like the most random thing. I don't even know what he was doing there. Has a guy ever flirted with you? Yeah, I mean, gay guys like me. They like my supple boy butt. Did AI strip you of your skill set, or is it forcing you to find a more efficient way? I mean, right now, I mean, I'm good. I mean, I'm fortunate that I have my own page where I distribute it and I continue to do my thing, and it's totally fine. You have to conceptualize what sort of source is going to be trustworthy and why you should be gathering a wealth of indications when you look at a single incident to make that confident conclusion. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, every dude in here flirts with me. Carmelo Anthony was getting jumped. He did it in self-defense. Oh, is that the argument that they made? I mean, didn't they get it on video? I mean, I guess we can just look it up. Let's see. What was the verdict for the Carmelo Anthony case? Am I sleeping soon? I'll probably finish out this one's almost done here. I'm just fucking, I don't know. I just like talking to you guys because Carmelo Anthony was found guilty of murder in the fatal stabbing of Austin Metcalf at a Frisco, Texas track meet. He was sentenced to 35 years in prison. Jurors rejected his self-defense claim and is reportedly filed. Okay, yeah. Was there any indication in the trial why his self-defense claim was not that? I don't really know what to ask it necessarily, but... How many news stories do you receive in your email per week? Do you have tons backed up that choose them? Yeah, dude, it's fucking hundreds, if not thousands. You're the paranoid person. I'm kind of, well, this is the thing, is like, you're parasocial with me in some ways, but I'm like parasocial with you guys as well. Like, I see you guys come in all the time and I enjoy the familiarity of it. And, you know, you give me a degree of like friendly attention that like I otherwise probably not getting in my real, I mean, I have lots of friends in real life, but they're not like, Joel, I love you. Oh my God, I love you. You know what I mean? And like, you know, you guys are cool about that. It's pretty neat of you to say nice things to me. Okay, yeah, assuming you mean the jury didn't buy the self-defense claim, the trial reporting points to a few likely reasons. We can't know the jurors' private reasoning until they later speak publicly, but the evidence they heard seemed to hurt self-defense argument in these ways. First, prosecutors framed Anthony as the aggressor, not someone trapped in an unavoidable danger. AP reported that jurors heard from students who said Anthony had been asked to leave the tent and was the aggressor in the confrontation. Second, witnesses said Anthony reached into his bag and warned Metcalf, "Touch me and see what happens," before the stabbing. NBC DFW reported that after Metcalf pushed him, a witness said Anthony pulled a black knife from the bag, stabbed Metcalf in the chest, and ran away. Third, the prosecution argued it was not a desperate defense reaction but a sneak surprise attack and said Anthony had goaded the situation. The defense argued, okay, so it's kind of like Chud the Builder in like a weird, sort of like a weird way, I guess you could say. The defense argued the opposite, that Metcalf made his first contact and Anthony reacted in a split-second fear and chaos. Fourth, the jury also rejected the defense's sudden passion argument, which would have reduced his sentence exposure if they believed he acted out of genuine terror, overwhelming emotion, rather than murder-level intent. So basically, the juror likely saw the knife, the warning, the tent dispute, the chest stab, and the flight afterward as going beyond reasonable defense. The defense had a story. He was scared and reacted fast, but the prosecution version was he escalated the minor confrontation into deadly violence, which, you know, seems to be the case, and that's what the jury found. So, you know, since none of us were there, all we can really do is go based off of what like a court of law has presented, I guess, right? You know, Joel would be a fun guy to ramble chat with 6 a.m. in a random kitchen passing around a plate of gear. A plate of gear. We're all just shooting testosterone into our ass. Do I have any pets? Yeah, I have a black cat named Pradeep. He just turned 12. Where is he? Where is he? Oh yeah, and the witnesses, exactly. Yeah, so if something happened with YouTube, where would you want us to follow you? Sorry, I'm asking something from 10 minutes ago. Oh, it's all good. It would be probably just my podcast, the Let's Read podcast over there. I still release, an episode every week over there, and that's kind of like my secondary form of income. I mean, Patreon exists too, but Patreon is much smaller than all the other stuff. YouTube is the big, form of income, and then it's podcast, and then Patreon is just like super small. Your cat's in 6th grade. Yeah, pretty much. He acts like it. He's so funny, dude. You should see him on my story. I turned him into a little wizard. I just get freaked out when you guys test as gear. It doesn't mean that's where I'm from. That's for sure. Passing around gear. Oh, gear is called something else. Oh, like cocaine or something. The podcast help you out more. The podcast is a lot more like, I don't feel as nervous existing over in the podcast realm. I feel like within podcasting, you can just say what you want and still monetize it, and it's like not a big deal. Whereas for some reason with YouTube, you're always just like walking on eggshells for some dumbass reason, because supposedly they don't want to upset advertisers, but like, who gives a shit? You know what I mean? Where else are the advertisers going to go? And all of the stuff that exists within the TOS over here is probably going to be the same TOS that you have over on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. So I believe that there should be some degree of synchronicity, you know what I mean? Some degree of like continuity with what's expected between platforms. But for some reason, like YouTube always has such a boner up its butt about like, oh, you said suicide, or you said self-harm, or you know what I mean? Like the fact that like a video that's covering really, really dark topics gets completely age restricted and blocked and fucking thrown into a big pile of shit where no one ever will find it, ever discover it, because it mentions like getting cut with a pen knife or some shit like that, is just the biggest like oversight I feel like YouTube has ever had, you know what I mean? It just like screws so many creators over whenever they've, worked whatever amount of time to create a video, and then YouTube is just like, nah, fuck you, who cares? Well, like, but at the same time, like your monetization was good when you first released the video, but then it goes backwards in time retroactively, and it's like, never mind. I was commenting on the NYC subway stabbings, right? I got auto-deleted for saying the fucking word stabbing, like what the hell? Yeah, I don't know. Like, I fucking hate censorship. Everyone's just done with it. Just say what you want to say, man. Oh my god. If I put pimple popping videos in the background of my narrations, that'd be so disgusting. Gear is not coke, it's heroin. It's always been heroin in the US for anyone who uses. Oh, okay. So you want me in your kitchen late at night at 6 a.m. doing heroin with you, talking about shit. Dude, that sounds like a personal fucking hell of mine. Like, there is no greater hell I could have. Well, there's many different hells on earth, but like one of the worst things I ever have conceptualized in my mind is just actively knowing that I'm addicted to opiates, and just like knowing that there's probably no way I'm ever gonna stop. You know what I mean? Because I know what like some certain addictions feel, and how like worthless I feel in my inabilities to like change the discipline related to them, for simple things. But like to actually go through like legitimate drug addiction for a really hard drug just sounds like, to me, something that I don't think I could ever handle or bear. I'm tired of everything having to be catered towards children. How about just stop bringing your goddamn spawn into adult spaces? Well, yeah, what about people just being parents, you know what I mean? I mean, half of the fucking stupid justifications for like connecting your biometrics to like everything over in the UK right now is because of protecting the children, Or the dumbest thing was like whenever they went after Steam, and all all it was on Steam related to the adult games was just to force everyone to get a fucking credit card. It was just to force everyone to use like MasterCard or some shit like that so you could have a Steam account. But it was literally just to like, what, like force people into like debt or something, or like have some data point to like collect based on people's like video game purchasing habits or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, why the fuck do the banks have to like weasel their way into every goddamn thing? Anytime some authority says for the children it's a power play, right, yeah, it's the Save the Puppies and Kitties Act of 2038. Then, because ours was only a small part of a much wider investigation, we received only minimal support for the tribunal's HQ in neighboring Tanzania. Now what's worse, we put people's lives at risk. Now in many cases, the witnesses we convinced to testify received visits from men on motorcycles after dark. And then the next time we visited them, they changed their stories and either couldn't remember or didn't see. We had a lot of anecdotal evidence, but barely anything tangible, so it soon became a case of knowing who had been part of that bloodthirsty mob, but not being able to pin anything on them. For example, one afternoon, our van drove past a man repairing a fence at a homestead only 3 or 4 kilometers away from the kill house. One of the translators saw him as he drove past and started pointing and talking to the other in a way that we couldn't understand. We quickly switched to English and explained how the man we'd passed had been spotted unloading bodies from a truck back during the genocide. But what disturbed me the most was how the man politely waved as we passed. It was like he didn't have a care in the world, like all the violence had been swept under the carpet by people who could just switch off that part of themselves and go back to normal. We exhumed what we could from the pit in the backyard, then photographed, measured, and sealed everything away in evidence bags. We spent one last day in Kigali debriefing. What the hell? I had a bad addiction when my partner died. Coke, crack, fent, Xanax. Been clean since last October, got my university degree, and now I'm an amazing career. That's good, man. I'm so sorry I had to go through that. I just know, because, you know, like, there's addiction in my family and stuff like that, and I just know that I'm not above it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not above falling into that realm of just getting absolutely floorball-flopped by life and taking some shit to, like, cope or whatever, and then I'm like, oh, fuck, dude, I'm in a fucking crack house, sucking cock. I'm not saying you did that, but, you know, that would be me. That would be me day one. I haven't had a fucking Dr. Pepper in like 6 minutes, and I just started drinking cum. I got into a bad way with addiction when I couldn't block out what my stepdad started doing to me when I was 5. I blocked it out for so long and it hit me out. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. It's fucked. It's June, guys. You gotta give me a break, guys. It's fucking June. I'm getting all flabbergasted, as they say. I do kind of enjoy that, like, Pride Month has gotten to the point where even gay people are like, who fucking cares? Who gives a shit? Yes, we like wieners. Okay, we get it. You know what? You know what would be nice? Instead of a bunch of fucking wieners, a really love and kind-hearted relationship with someone who fucking cares about me. Is that too much to ask for Pride Month? Because even gay people are fucking going through it, man. Can't find anybody nice cares about them. Are you popping fireworks for July 4th? Fuck yeah, dude. I'm getting those little twisty ones filled with little pop rocks and the worms. I'm gonna be lighting worms on fire. Can we just forget about made up Juneteenth holiday? Somebody came up with a creative writing class. I don't know. I don't fucking know, man. People do whatever they want. And if you don't like something, just don't look at it. It's whatever. I don't even know what it's about. I literally don't know anything. I don't know. I don't even care about, dude. I don't care about any holiday. Like I've told people many times where I'm like, if women didn't exist, I don't think there would be Christmas. If women didn't exist, I don't think there would be birthdays. If women didn't exist, I don't think we would have literally to celebrate. I don't think there would be decorations. I don't think there would be fucking any sort of like excitement outside of everyone getting drunk as fuck and hitting each other with like hammers. That would be a men's holiday. Get drunk and hit each other with fucking hammers day. We would all be fucking sorta naked. You know, maybe we'd have a loincloth on. Yeah, and we'd all say, "Here, here!" And then after we got all, like, properly fucking blacked out, we'd just start smashing the shit out of each other. That would be our goddamn holiday. The decorations on the walls wouldn't be streamers. It would be fucking blood and black eyes. We spent one last day in Kigali debriefing with members of the tribunal and the UN, but the conclusions were stark. We had boxes of bones and clothing samples, and my report was thick with notes, but when it was all said and done, convicting just... But when all was said and done, convicting just one of the Homestead executioners would mark the achievement of a lifetime, but all of them, that was as close to impossible as it was possible to be. The case was provisionally docketed, but never brought to trial. The landscape of the investigation was an ever-shifting one which constantly had new priorities, new mass graves, and new political realities to deal with. We later heard that the only identifiable subject had died of malaria in a refugee camp, disguised as a victim of the genocide and not a perpetrator. But the others are still free to walk among the same communities they once terrorized. They are businessmen, minor officials, and respected elders. They attend church on Sundays with people they'd shed blood with. Their children go to school with the children of some of their victims. Sometimes, late at night in my apartment in Brussels, I open the sealed plastic container I kept against all protocol. Divine Jupiter, thank you for the 2. Appreciate you, bro. That's not what pride is about, friend. Pride is about survival and celebration. Corporations are shoving it down your throat. Yeah, I mean, it's all just like that's what everything is, right? You know, a culmination of the corporatization of everything. Like, it's the same sort of hypocrisy that you see when you see Che Guevara, whatever his name is, on a fucking t-shirt. It's like just the juxtaposition, the hypocrisy of that concept in general, that this guy who's like some sort of, I guess, I don't know, communist, like, freedom fighter concept, right? Fight against the man, but, still kill people, whatever. But the idea that sort of gets bastardized into, selling units to, basically maximizing capitalist gain. That's kind of what a lot of people see like Pride Month as, where like at one point it was like difficult, to be homosexual, right, or whatever. But now it's just like so corporatized, privatized, fucking monetized, like to the extent, and it's not like hard. It's not like hard, is it hard to just, maybe it is. I'm sure some people obviously still get quite a bit of guff for it, but at the same time, it's like the fact that most of these corporations, and I think a lot of the corporations don't even have the pride flag on their shit anymore because they don't give a fuck about a gay person or what anybody really goes through. They don't care if you're any sort of like anticipated minority group or whatever. The only thing they care about is maximizing profits, and as soon as it starts to upset people, like, they'll just remove it, just like they always have, just to get whatever dollary dues they can out of your pocket. Juneteenth, I still have my get drunk and hit each other with hammers day decorations. Yeah. Which is just like poopy underwear with a nail in it and like a missing tooth. Why does who you sleep with need to be this huge? You do need to make it your entire fucking identity. Can you get... Well, that's the thing, is like most gay people don't give a fuck. Like, I have so many gay friends who are like, who gives a shit, dude? Like, it's not, like, no one cares. No one gives a fuck. Like, And they don't want to rub it in anybody's face, you know what I mean? They just want to live peaceful lives. Same with like people that are like operating within the trans community for the most part. Like most of them, like their general objective would to be trans and not be noticed. You know what I mean? That would be like the end goal, the end all be all goal of that objective. But, you know, there's always going to be loud individuals in each group that just like kind of soil the sausage, as they say. Yeah, Fry just wants to rub his oily body and draw naked men in peace. I do not know why I kept it. Evidence of failure. Oh wait, let me read the previous one again. Sometimes, late at night in my apartment in Brussels, I open the sealed plastic container I kept against all protocol. Inside is one small red sandal, sized for a child of perhaps 6 years old. I don't know why I kept it. Evidence of failure, maybe, or perhaps a reminder that justice is not a natural force, but a fragile human invention that is easily starved of resources and will. And that's why all those shoes we found will stay empty and those of the killers wander far and free. The world, as I've found, moves on far, far too easily. I don't work for the UN anymore, but it sometimes comes up in conversation with the youngest lawyers I work with. They sometimes ask how I coped, and I tell them the truth. I didn't cope with anything. Everything I saw, everything I heard, I still carry it with me. I remember the smell of that house and the small blue sweater with the knitted duck and the rows of silent shoes. I'm told to... Niamata. What is Niamata? Is that another town? Let's see. How to say Niamata. Dispy Michelle, what's up, dude? Niamata. Niamata. I'm told the compound near Niamata still stands, but locals avoid it after dark. The country itself has forgotten, but the people still remember. And so do I. Hi, Mr. Joel. I'm currently eating a bowl of hamburger rice and an ice cream sandwich in the shower with a hair mask and face mask on. Happy to hear you. Big huggies. Thank you. Wait, you're in the shower eating all of that stuff? Currently eating a bowl of hamburger rice and an ice cream sandwich in the shower with a hair mask and face mask on. That's pretty sick. Holy shit. Is it like you're like letting the water, or like is this like a lull in the shower or something like that? Like you have to, oh, you got a whole setup. Okay, yeah, you got to go through your processes. You got to go through your protocol. There's a protocol, folks. There's certain steps you got to do, or the gremlins come alive at nighttime. That's why women, they do what's called a everything shower. It's an everything shower, folks. You got to do it because if you don't do it at least once every 2 weeks or something, a scalding hot shower and all the other fixins, I call them fixins. If you don't do the fixins, little creatures come out of your body, your vagina, and kill everyone. All right. Untethered Wolf with the two says, how much for you to dub a 15-minute video for me? What is it about? Can you tell me about it? If I'm interested, I won't really charge anything, but if I'm not interested, I'll probably just be like, I don't really want to do it. Hey, time 6. I also got myself a cold case. Beer drinking, hashtag drinking beer. Here's a cold case for you, brother. A fucking 30-pack of Bush. Am I right, fellas? Dude, what's up, time 6? What have you been up to, man? How's life on YouTube? Time 6, did you get demonetized at one point from the whole YouTube baloney shishoni? I just got done with a 2-mile walk and there's so many cockroaches outside. I think I need to shower myself. You probably chafed. Honestly, from like a 2-mile walk, you're probably chafing and the cockroaches can smell it. They're like, I'm getting in there. I got demonetized multiple times. Gotta love YouTube. So, are you good now? Like, is everything? Because it doesn't make sense to me. Like, how do they decide? Because I mean, how many? You have a lot of subscribers, don't you? You have 132,000 subscribers, with over 30 to 40,000 views per video on some. I just don't know how you can just like completely remove someone from a partnership program. I love your Adult Swim intros though, they're always awesome. Sorry, I burped. Did you guys hear that? Probably shouldn't have. The microphone doesn't pick that up usually. Okay. Yeah, never get on a helicopter, bro. It's fucking crazy. Gross. Did you ever watch Little Nicky? I forget exactly what happens in it, but one of the demons like sees something and he's like, gross. It's just like, I just always use that voice for so many things. Like if I see someone that I don't, you know, it's a little strange looking, sometimes I'll be like, gross. Hell yeah, brother. Hope you're surviving the recent demonetization. Yeah, I was fortunate not to have any issues, but I don't know that, like, I literally talked to the YouTube team to ask them, like, what I can do to avoid it, and they're just like, here's a bunch of ambiguous speak referring to our terms of services. Don't do anything bad and we won't kill you, or, you know, it's just like, okay, I guess. What did the burp taste like? It tastes like kombucha. That's what I'm drinking. Back in the 70s, my old man used to be a homicide detective here in Houston. He worked some brutal cases over the years, and he's told me many a story that's replayed in my head when the lights are off and I'm just curled in bed in silence. But out of all of them, this is the one that stayed with me for the longest, and it's all to do with what he always called the Orchard apartment murders. Orchard? Orchid? Orchard? Orchard? Orchid? No, Orchard. Orford? Let me just check real quick. Orchard. I don't know. YouTube told me the same thing, except they still told me that they were coming to kill me. Wait, sorry, did you verify that you're good? Oh yeah, you said hell yeah. Okay, so you're monetized now with no... Didn't you start another channel, Time 6 or something, like a true crime thing? Is that one still monetized? Orchard. Brutalist nightmare manifesting in a vinegar belch and a yellow dollar sign. You should be a poet. But out of all of them, this is the one that stayed with me for the longest, and it's all to do with what he always called the Orchard apartment murders. So back in the late 70s, Houston was booming with oil money, and all that oil money had people pouring into the city trying to get a piece of it. But whenever there's a big influx of people from elsewhere, some of which are going to be very down on their luck, you get yourself a little spike in crime to go along with it. Dad said the number of homicides spiked, not by much, but it was noticeable, and then one night, it started. I double-checked just to make sure, but the night on the first murder was July 27th of 1979, and no prizes for guessing this happened at the Orchard Apartments in southwest Houston. Most of the units are pretty small, so they tend to house a lot of single, workaday folks, and the same was true even back then for a lady named Alice Rankin. Gross. Okay, I don't actually know how to say this name. A-L-Y-S. Is that Alice? Oh. Alice. Okay, Alice Rankin. What does being demonetized do to your channel? Yeah, so it's like the only way you make money on YouTube for the most part, other than like those ad reads you see people do, YouTube lets you run advertisements on your videos, right? And then you get a cut of that advertisement. And that's what it means to be monetized on YouTube. It's a big deal. It's, you know, it's how everybody who's ever done YouTube makes money and gets to drive a fucking monster truck everywhere. But if all of a sudden you get demonetized, it just means you make no money. I mean, you just literally make no money from the video, and all of your work is just completely thrown in a big trash can and turned into mush. Turned into Captain Crunch. And, I don't know, man. Just fucking, it's just tough, because, like, you know, people, like, I remember, like, you know what I mean? Someone here on YouTube was getting, like, a couple grand a month, you know, for their narration channel. And that, you know what I mean? Like, you guys know what it's, like, a fucking couple grand a month? Like, that's pretty that's like some people's salary, not, you know what I mean? Like, that's going to it's going to pay for some groceries. And, you know, for YouTube to just kind of, like, randomly take it and give you some ambiguous perspective towards why it happened, like, that is not smart to do to a ton of people. Like, that's the definition of, like, New York State coming after you at some point with some bullshit, you know what I mean? And then a big class action lawsuit. You know, it's just such a short-sighted perspective. What kind of monster truck do I drive? I drive the Gravedigger. Are you guys familiar? Ever since that retired, I bought it. It was only like $1,500. It, unfortunately, I've been really screwed since gas prices have shot up, but listen to obsessive people stories at the gym day. Have a good night, literally. Hey, thank you, friend. Good to see you. Brendan Fraser, Monkey Bone was also on rerun for me. Oh, nice. Yeah, growing up, Gravedigger was one of my favorite monster trucks. He was freaking sick. Most of the units are pretty small, so they tend to house a lot of single workaday folks, and the same was true even back then for a lady named Alice Rankin. Now, Google's telling me she was a 33-year-old secretary and single mom. And then one morning, since her car was in the shop, a coworker of hers stops by to give her a ride to the office. Now, he's buzzing her apartment, but she's not answering, right? So he gets inside somehow and then walks all the way up to her place, only to find the door slightly ajar. The guy then steps inside to take a look around and see if Alice is okay. And then when he walks into the bedroom, it must have been like walking onto the set of a horror movie. There's Alice, lying on her bed with no clothes on. Her feet are tied, and there's a pillow covering her from the neck up. But when the coworker pulls the pillow away, there's no Alice to check on at all. Just a stump where her head used to be. Someone had her killed, violated her, and then told her... Shit. The Gravedigger murders of the 1970s. I wonder when monster trucks got like when they came into it. Like, I don't know any of the history of monster trucks. That to me seems like a documentary that like needs to be made. If anybody in here is an independent filmmaker. Someone had her killed, violated her, then took her head with them as a trophy. Now, my dad said that there was a blood trail that went all the way from Alice's apartment to the building's rear entrance, meaning whoever cut her head off just straight up walked out of the building with it, probably holding it by the hair. Alice's head was never found, and neither was her killer. But Dad said that right as they were still working out to figure out the first murder, the second hit less than 2 weeks later. Alice Rankin's apartment wasn't a crime scene anymore, and the cops had a reason to closely guard the building, because why would they? Or had no reason. Okay. Alice Rankin's apartment, Rankin. Stream started at 6:30 PST. Yeesh. We've been going for 3.5 hours. Let's sigh. Alice Rankin's apartment wasn't a crime scene anymore, and the cops had no reason to closely guard the building. Because why would they? Dad said everyone figured that it was a crime of passion. Maybe a former lover that had taken their breakup a little too hard and thought, if I can't have her, no one can. No one figured the killer would return to the exact same building to do the exact same thing. But that's exactly what they did. 2 weeks later, and 2 floors up, a lady named Mary Calcutta. Calcutta, okay. You're talking to the Rolex wearing, diamond ring wearing, kid stealing, wheel dealing, limousine riding, jet flying son of a gun, and I'm having a hard time holding these alligators down. What's that from? It sounds like oddly familiar. No one usually reads my comments. It's all good. I mean, the chat's kind of slow, so I'm able to like actually read comments. What's up, Paris? Good night, friends. Have to get up at 5 and drive 1.5 hours to work. Fuck, dude, I'm sorry. Nay, good luck with ya. Good luck with ya. The luck of the Irish. 2 weeks later, and 2 floors up, a lady called Mary Calcutta. 2 weeks later, and 2 floors up, a lady named Mary Calcutta rented an apartment after moving here from Pittsburgh. Her friends back home had heard all about what had happened to Alice Rankin, so they'd been telling her to lock her doors, look over her shoulder, don't talk to strangers, all that kind of stuff. And she told them that she'd be extra careful, and I'm sure she was too, but sadly, that didn't save her. Much like Alice, she was found naked in her bedroom, but instead of being tied up and decapitated, Dad said it looked like Mary had put one heck of a fight. You're 4'11", I wish that was a joke, but it's not. You know, it's kind of funny, most of my fans are 4'11". I'm pretty sure everyone in here is below 5 feet-ish. Good morning from Russia. Good morning, comrade. But instead of being tied up and decapitated, Dad said it looked like Mary had put up one heck of a fight. It wasn't so much a case of looking for signs of struggle as looking for a place. Sorry, there was some jizz on my screen and I couldn't read that word. Some spittle. It wasn't so much a case of looking for signs of a struggle as looking for a place there hadn't been one. And it was probably thanks to how hard she fought that her killer didn't have time to completely cut her head off. He slit her throat and stabbed her a bunch of times, but the fight was so loud that he was probably scared that someone had called the cops. So instead of calmly walking out with Mary's head swinging in his grip, this probably ran for... Is there a place we can talk about my request? What's your request? Oh, yeah, you can email me at letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com. You can let me know what your perspective or like your project is. She said she doesn't date guys who are 6 inches tall. So instead of calmly walking out with Mary's head swinging in his grip, this monster probably ran for his life. Now my old man said he was convinced the same guy did Alice and Mary. It was the same apartment complex, 2 women living alone in the same brutal style of killing in each case. Every other woman at Orchard Apartments thought that they were next too, and Dad said that they were all buying guns, walking in groups at night, or straight up packing up and moving elsewhere. The panic was real, especially because the very same day Mary's body was found, another body showed up on the other side of town. Dad said it was an exterminator that walked into this lady's townhouse on Early Lane after he showed up for an appointment that she made with him. And that's when he found this girl, Doris Threadgill, with her neck cut most of the way through. This time there were no signs of any struggle, and I know it's only a small mercy, but Doris was thankfully found with her clothes on. Dad said that the scene made it look like he'd gained entry to the house under fall pretenses. Fuck, man. You guys want to hear something cool? Joel, did you fast today? What did you have for supper? What did everyone have for dinner? Where did you eat? Where are my shower dinner buds? I didn't fast today, no. I ate lunch, I had burgers, and then when I got home, I had chicken and berries. Do tell. Yeah, so, like, you know, I drove pretty far to go to, like, a convention center in Pennsylvania, and I got to meet and talk to the crew, or most of the major actors that were in Starship Troopers. So I thought that was pretty sick. So one of the main guys, like I don't know, honestly, that like the entire thing went so perfectly. It was like arrived, got I got to buy some Pokemon cards, and then immediately over the thing, it was like they're, you know, over the intercom, it was saying how they were doing a panel with like the people from Starship Troopers, and like, oh my god. So I go in there, and then they're all up on stage doing their fucking thing, talking about, you know, behind the scenes kind of concepts that people might ask. I even went up and like asked a question from them, and it like kind of made them laugh, which was fun. And then after, asked them about the shower scene. They mentioned the shower scene, like, because so one of my favorite actors of all time, like literally all time, like screen acting, voice acting, his name is Michael Ironside. I love Michael Ironside, and like he's just man, he's just so talented, bro. I mean, he hasn't, I don't know if he's really been in anything in a long time, but he did, like, I got an autograph with him and a picture and everything. It was pretty sick. And it was nice, you know. It was kind of funny. He was on stage like talking about like Trump and stuff like that, you know what I mean? Like the sort of like typical like celebrity sort of like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like we talk about like the left-right paradigm kind of stuff, and it just seemed like he's really bought into that pretty hard, but that's fine. I guess I don't really have like high expectations for, you know, what kind of like goes through a celebrity's mind or whatever, but he's an incredibly talented guy, and yeah, it was fun, man. And got the picture with him, got to talk to him. He says he's like working on a movie right now, like he's going to potentially be Aleister Crowley, which is kind of crazy. Like I've been seeing so much shit about like Aleister Crowley lately, and the fact that like Michael Ironside is going to be Aleister Crowley, which is why he said he gained a bunch of weight, because he was like, not to be rude, like I know he's old and I think he had cancer at one point, so that probably messed with him, but like he gained a lot of weight. Like he was really, really big, you know what I mean? And it was so funny though, because he just like, compared to all the other actors who were like obviously much younger than him, he was just very brash. Like he's just a very like brash older man who you know, just says whatever the fuck, and it's a little gruff or offensive, but it, you know, it was I like the energy. He's great in Scanners. Yeah, and I think he told me that, I think he mentioned that the you know, suck your brains out thing, I think he mentioned that is actually from Scanners, or like a reference to Scanners or something like that. So I don't know. You're chubbed up for your biopic. He was big, that's why I called him Chub. Yeah, he was pretty chub. But it's all good. I mean, I guess if he's doing a role, I mean, that's kind of impressive, like to be at that age and just be like, I gotta get fat for a role, you know what I mean? That takes some commitment, because at that age to get that big, like you're literally like one donut away from a fucking 6-foot nap in the ground. So, we wish him well, folks. We wish him well. Dad said the scene made it look like he'd gained entry to the house under false pretenses, almost like Doris thought her killer was the exterminator and didn't realize that he wasn't until it was too late. It was just about different for some... You're currently gaining weight for a roll. Yeah, what's your roll? I'm gaining weight for a jelly roll. Currently gaining weight for a roll, not a specific one, but I figured they need a big fat... Hell yeah, that's... Oh my god. That's a Norm Macdonald reference. I forgot about that. Currently gaining weight for a roll, not a specific one, but I just figured they need a big fat guy. Just in case they need a big fat guy. Oh, fuck, dude. He's so fucking funny, man. It's so sad he's dead. That would have been my, like, absolute end-all, be-all celebrity to meet would be Norm Macdonald, man. He was just the absolute tits. Dude, yeah, no, I've seen so many, like, literally, I don't even know. There was just a while where YouTube would just suggest, like, Norm video after Norm video after Norm video to me, and I would just watch, like, Norm Macdonald compilations just over and over again. I know, it was like the only celebrity that when they died I actually felt like legitimately sad. Now, you know, death in general is not awesome, right? But when he died, I felt like I just felt like we lost a friend. I remember I booked the movie theater for my birthday for Norm's Dirty Work movie. None of my friends came. Those frickers. What's up, Daddy Bear? Dad said the scene made it look like he'd gained entry to the house under false pretenses, almost like Doris thought her killer was the exterminator and didn't realize he wasn't until it was too late. It was just about different for some to suggest it was work of a different psych... What the fuck is this saying? It was just about different for some to suggest... How is this supposed to be phrased? It was just about different for some to suggest it was the work of a different psycho. It was just about different. Is there another word that's supposed to go there? Felt like I was standing in the back. The kids who RSVP didn't show up. The other half didn't allow them. Oh, jeez, that's crazy. You probably want... It was just different enough for some to suggest it was the work of a different psycho... Oh, just... Okay, right, yes. Duh. See, that took away our critical thinking. But sometimes your critical thinking needs to be quick, and if a computer's faster at it, then... What can you do? What can you do? Hey, Aiden, what's going on? It was just different enough for some to suggest it was the work of a different psycho altogether, but Dad was never convinced. He said the work on her neck was just too similar, that the MO matched in all the right places for him, and they got chills thinking Houston now had its very own spree killer, maybe even a serial killer, to use what, at the time, was a fancy new term. Dad says things... Dad said things seemed like they couldn't get any worse, and it wasn't just his own caseload, everyone else's was piling up too. And then suddenly, things did somehow manage to get worse when the dead bodies of a teenage couple showed up miles apart from each other. The girl's body was found in a park someplace. Now, Google is saying it was at Watonga, but I'd swear that my dad said it was Freed. But the boy's body was found in a used car lot, but only his body, not his head. That was missing. Dad said that there was nothing in the way of strong forensic evidence to link it to the apartment murders, so officially speaking, they were seen as unconnected. But again, my dad has no doubt. He thinks the same killer spotted the girl alone and maybe even attacked her out in the open that night. But when he was interrupted by her boyfriend, it was him who suddenly became the target for getting his head cut off. Dad and his squad ran down every lead, fingerprints, witnesses, knives, everything. But since there was no DNA technology back then, they had to do everything the hard way and without computers. Dad said that he heard they submitted evidence later for testing, but no hits came back. And since at the time not even a single likely suspect was named, there was no arrests either. No arrests, no trial, no justice, nothing. Dad retired without closing it, and whenever he used to tell me the story, he'd always end up shaking his head, grumbling about how the families never got any peace or justice. He said the way Orchard Apartments got hit twice in quick succession and how the killer liked taking heads, it suggested a kill of evil that was a kind of evil. Jordan has been the new Diddy lately at NASCAR events. Jordan? Michael Jordan? I remember there was that one thing, oh yeah, where he like grabbed the kid's butthole. Do you guys see the video where he like, the kid did something kind of like innocuous and then Michael Jordan like grabbed all up in his ass or whatever. It was very weird. Very, very strange video. Did we ever get why he did that? Or was he just going for some boy booty? Do you remember when Kobe's passing was announced? No, I feel like we talked about it on a stream though. Kid had a wedgie. Oh, he made it fucking worse. Yeah, and then he grabbed a guy's neck the other day. All right, what's going on with Michael Jordan? I thought he was supposed to be a perfect angel, him and Bugs Bunny. What's happening with Michael Jordan? See, this is the issue, guys. As you live too long, you live just long enough to become fucking insane. He's an asshole. I guess that makes sense. Bugs Bunny, you ever seen the Meat Canyon video? Oh my god, actually? Holy shit. Double wide surprise. Michael Jordan gave him a fucking double wide surprise. Like literally that exact like ass grab that he did on Elmer Fudd in the Meat Canyon video, which is now canon apparently because of them suing or, you know, copywriting Meat Canyon and stuff. Michael Jordan must have had probably just seen a Meat Canyon video and was inspired to grab a little boy's butt. So if anything, this is actually Meat Canyon's fault, I think, turning Michael Jordan pedophilically gay. Yeah, that's what's going on here. He's got to stop touching people in his own commercials. Stop it. Get some help. That one. The main thing people are talking about is Michael Jordan's appearance and health again, because recent photos from Spain made him look noticeably slimmer. Some outlets are saying he looked relaxed and healthy, and just wanted to grab a little bit of boy butt. Okay, hold on a second. Did he grab a little boy's buttocks? Buttoicks. Allen Iverson's. Oh! It said that I broke terms of services saying that. Son of a bitch. Alright, I'll just take your guys' word for it. And you're not hearing it from me. You're hearing it from you guys are the ones getting sued, not me. Michael Jordan's perfect. He saved Toontown. How dare you? He loves Porky Pig. He said the way Orchard Apartments got hit twice in quick succession, and how the killer liked taking heads, it suggested a kind of evil that was almost like unholy, you know? Whoever killed those poor people, and either cut their damn heads off or tried to, they were crazy as an outhouse rat, no doubt about it. But at the time, they were smart enough to make sure that they never got caught. And even real smart people aren't smart enough to not get caught slipping. You also got to remember neither of the two missing heads were ever recovered, meaning that maybe somewhere, out there was an old man with 2 frozen heads in a unit, and he takes them out every so often, ageless and looking the same as they did almost half a century ago, which really is like something out of a horror movie. Dad always said that was the one case he'd do anything to be able to go back and solve, and I can understand why. Being able to bring justice to those poor families would have been quite something, but I imagine putting that sick son of a bitch in cuffs after working so incredibly hard to track him down, that would have been a heck of a thing too. Would have been a heck of a thing, folks. We would have found the head cutter offer guy. What if that was his murderer name, the head cutter offer? We couldn't think of anything, so that's what your name. Or like you're the murderer, seeing like all of your murders on TV, and they're calling him the head cutter offer. You're like, what? The fucking head cutter offer? Really? You guys couldn't think of like the decapitator, fucking something, the head cutter offer? Fucking stupid news. Alright. Guys, we have read the last story. You know what that means. It's get naked and run through the streets time, that part of the stream that we do every time we stream. Okay, this part of the stream we actually go nuts and get arrested. Just kidding, we read the outro script and you guys think of something funny. Do you wear granddaddy cardigans? Oh, I fucking wish. I wish someone would go buy me some. New York, New York. Anybody find it insane that like like my one buddy was saying about, he's like, well, you know, if I went up there to support the Spurs, I wouldn't be dumb enough to walk around New York. And I'm like, yeah, but would it kill any person from New York to just like ever obey the law like one fucking time? Just because someone's wearing like a different color than your favorite team, you don't have to like give him shaken baby syndrome, but as an adult. Oh wait, is Squawk here? Oh, there's Squawk. What's up, bro? How you doing? Okay. Here we go, guys. This is the outro. Get the frick ready. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams every Sunday and Wednesday night. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories and big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. I also have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul. All the links are down in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, protect your boy butt. I mean, it is kind of sad, like what the fuck is Michael Jordan doing? Holy shit, stay away from young butts. That goes against the fundamental establishment that is NYC. That's true. Hurt any and everybody that cheers for a different basketball team. Tim Tams are better than Kit Kats? No, Gabe. No, it's a mean, naughty thing, and you're going to get me hurt. Remember, don't be a head cutter offer. Maybe that's too specific. Rockets win a championship next year anyway. That's fair. What y'all do know about hockey, though? Not enough. I like hockey. I just don't know anything about it. Never really grew up watching it, but I think it's fun. Apple orchard orphanages are not safe for Michael Jordan. No. I don't know. I don't really want to reference boy butts or people dying in helicopters literally yesterday. Don't jam your space. Dude, it's a 6-sport fast-paced, literally fighting aloud. Yeah, it's crazy. I can't imagine like being in the midst of a Well, that's what pisses me off when I'm watching like soccer on TV. Like they're fucking falling over like just because like someone like grabs their shirt and shit, which I get. But it's like soccer and rugby and football is like taking the most career-ending fucking injury you could possibly ever imagine, almost every goddamn play or series, and then just having to get right back up and go again. So all these like this bitching and moaning that I see and this flopping that I see in fucking FIFA, just like, I mean, I admire the cardio, I admire the accuracy and athleticism of a footballer, but like don't sit there and pretend that it's any tougher than fucking American football, fucking hockey, fucking rugby. Dude, I wish rugby, that's what I wish was on TV right now, was the World Championships of Rugby. That would be nasty. World Cup, did they do that? World Cup rugby? You should do the poem that guy wrote about brutalist Belch. He had concussions playing soccer. I mean, yeah, it makes sense. I've known people that get concussions. It is crazy how rough it can get. But it also gets annoying how often it stays. Life isn't free. The one falls from such a high jump. Flop, flop, floppy. Alright, fuck it. We're reading that. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, life isn't free. The way one falls from such a high jump. Flop, flop, floppy. Beautiful, beautiful. Get that on a t-shirt. Sell it to communists on Twitter. Let's fucking go, people. Alright, friends. Thank you so much for being here. We're going to get these up, edited over on Patreon. It's only $1 a month over there, as well as bonus content over there for $5. And then our, movie review podcast for $10 over on Patreon. This week, at the end of the week, I'm going to be reviewing the movie Pumpkinhead. Hopefully I can say it right, and nobody gives me any crap for saying pumpkin, like a Pennsylvanian. But, so it should be fun. Stay tuned for that if you want to check it out. There's already 2 episodes up on that tier of Patreon for reviews anyways. If you want to check it out, get used to it. But yeah, we'll get it up on YouTube, same time, same place. These stories, these cold case investigator stories, does really help when you watch it right when it comes out at 9 p.m. EST. Otherwise, follow me on Instagram at letsread.official to be kept up to date when I go live on my Instagram story. Or you could follow me over there right now to check out Pradeep dressed up as a little wizard. He's a little kitty cat. He's a kitty cat. You can't. If you don't like cats, you're probably with ISIS. You're probably with terrorists. All right. Love you guys. Appreciate you. Thanks so much for hanging out and being cool and open-minded. We'll see you in the next one. Goodbye.